Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item in the order paper is member statements. Usual rules apply. Colm Gildernew.
Gormagat, Concordia. And members, I want to draw to your attention a very important issue on this week, which is Baby Loss Week, and obviously a heart-rending situation for many of our families. However, one particular angle that I want to address this morning is around the issue of paediatric pathology. So that is post-mortems for people who lose children to miscarriage, to stillbirth or in the immediate days after birth. In February 2019, the last of our paediatric pathology consultants retired, leaving no service here. It was stated at the time that as an interim measure, families would be able to take their children to Alderhay Hospital in Liverpool. And while that has been, I suppose, something that families have had to avail of, there has been no move to address the situation on a broader basis here in the north. It's estimated, members, that up to 240 families a year could be making that horrendous journey with their child's body across the water. I raised this, I met last year with the Children's Pediatric Cardiology Service in Dublin, which the Speaker actually was involved in stating. And they explained to me that in order to run a full paediatric pathology service, you need 4 consultants. That's to allow people time for training, to fill rotas, to allow leave, and to cover emergency care. To run a rota of that extent, it requires a population of 6 million people. Now that will tell us, members, clearly what the problem is, but also where the solution lies. I did raise this issue last week in the North-South Interparliamentary Association, which I know some of my colleagues were at. And this, to me, is something that we absolutely must be looking at as a matter of urgency now on an all-Ireland basis. One of my neighbours took that very sad journey last year, and one of her actually dreads when she was travelling across there was whether she would even be allowed to bring her child's body home with her again after. She didn't even know that. So at a time when a family are at their lowest ebb, we are forcing them essentially onto planes if they want to find out what happened. I will be raising this issue with the Health Minister. I had raised it repeatedly with the previous Minister of Health, but I would urge him, and I would urge everyone here, to consider how we can move that issue forward and to prevent what has now been potentially 1,200 and maybe approaching 1,500 of our families having to make that unacceptable journey.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The recent appointment of 2 senior members of the Alliance Party, Stephen Farry and Jodie Carson, who was formerly the Special Advisor to the DAERA Minister, as professors in the University of Ulster, earning circa £80,000 a year to a newly created Strategic Policy Unit, has caused significant concern. These posts were not advertised, but instead were drawn from the university's exceptional talent pool. You may not have heard of the exceptional talent pool before. I hadn't, and in fact neither had the Equalities Commission before last week. I did find a document which outlined the EPT. It states it's intended that only truly world-class academics will satisfy the criteria for the exceptional talent pool, and I will leave it to members whether they deem either Mr. Farry or Ms. Carson as world-class in the field of academia. There are legitimate questions for a number of parties to answer. Firstly, for the Alliance Party, when did these conversations between these 2 senior Alliance Party members and the University of Ulster start, given the fact that 5 months ago one appointee was an Alliance MP and 1 month ago the other was the Alliance Special Advisor to the DAERA Minister? Were there any Alliance Party members involved in the University of Ulster selection process? There are questions too for the University VC Paul Bartholomew, who ultimately signed off on these appointments. I did ask for a meeting with the VC, but he declined. I felt that was strange given the fact that the University of Ulster has, as one of its value statements, we are open, honest and transparent with each other. Personally, I think you would need either an excavator or dynamite to find any transparency in this process. Some of the questions I'd like to ask the VC are: when was Dr. Farry and Dr. Carson added to the exceptional talent pool? Did anyone involved in the recruitment process declare a conflict of interest? What was a compelling case that no one else in Northern Ireland or the UK could fulfil these 2 roles? And who was involved in the final decision to employ these individuals? Given the fact that the VC's commitment to transparency doesn't seem to include meeting public representatives, I hope he has a good FOI team, because I intend to keep them extraordinarily busy. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage anyone in Northern Ireland or within the British Isles who feels they would have liked to apply for these 2 positions but couldn't, to contact the Equality Commission as soon as possible in order to lodge a complaint, and I would certainly be more than willing to help them in this process. The lawfulness of this approach should concern everyone in this chamber, because it runs a cart and horses through the merit principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members will be aware of the terrible incident yesterday with the overturned bus travelling from Strangford College yesterday. And I should just put on record, I have a child attending the school who was in the bus behind, just to put that on record. I want to first of all put on record my thoughts that they are with all those impacted and with the wider school community at this extremely difficult time. And it's a miracle that we are not dealing with a fatality or fatalities today in our reflections on this issue. I think when we all saw the news footage yesterday, we all feared the worst. So I think the worst, so we should be very grateful that we are not dealing with an absolute tragedy this morning as we discuss this issue. So I do want to put on record my thanks to all of the emergency services, the PSNI, the ambulance service, the fire and rescue service, who responded so quickly and professionally to a really rapidly emerging major incident, and from what I can understand, who dealt with students who were in severe distress yesterday with kindness and compassion and professionalism, but also ensuring that any serious injuries were dealt with as quickly as possible. And I'd also like to pay tribute to a lot of the pupils at the scene who exited, the other buses who were involved, who actually were there to comfort some of the pupils in distress, and they really were a credit to their schools and families, and I think it's important to put that on record. The coming days will be very difficult for the school and for all those associated with the school, Mr. Speaker. I know that the EA will be there to provide support on the ground today and in the days to come, and I would urge any pupils who were impacted by this incident to take up the offer of help and support that is on offer. But there are still pupils in hospital receiving treatment, and I would want to send my best wishes, and I'm sure all members would wish to join me in that, to wish a full recovery for all of those pupils who are still in hospital and for any who sustained injuries yesterday. And it is, of course, very welcome that we are not discussing any life-threatening injuries, but we should be keeping all those in hospital and those worried families associated with them in our thoughts at this time. Now, obviously, the full background and the context of what took place yesterday will be subject to investigation by the PSNI, TransLink, potentially the EA, but I don't think that is for today or for our discussion today. This Assembly should be very clear in expressing its solidarity and support for all those impacted, and for the school staff. I want to put on record my thanks to them as they worked tirelessly yesterday to very late in the evening to set up that critical incident room and to provide the support for pupils and families affected. So I just want to close by reiterating that my thoughts and best wishes are with all those impacted yesterday, and to put on record my thanks to everybody, including the public, who helped at the scene yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Paul Crawford.
Speaker, and today I rise to congratulate my former colleagues at Rightbus on securing a landmark deal to supply more than 1,000 buses to operate our Go-Ahead Group over the next 3 years. The deal, which is the largest in the company's 78-year history, will see hundreds of Go-Ahead buses built a year for the next 3 years at its Ballymena headquarters. This is a deal marked by hard work and commitment that will undoubtedly shape the future of the recently named fastest growing bus manufacturer in the UK. This accomplishment is not just a testament to their exceptional products and services, but also a reflection of the relentless determination and passion that each member of the workforce puts forth every day. Winning this order is a testament to the trust and confidence that Rightbus customers have in them, and it underscores the exceptional quality and innovation that Rightbus consistently delivers. This major order is not just a win for Rightbus, it is a win for everyone who believes in their vision and mission. The road to success is often filled with challenges, but with perseverance and teamwork they have triumphed. This achievement will not only enhance their reputation in the market, but also open doors to new opportunities, collaborations and growth. Congratulations once again, your hard work has paid off, and I can't wait to see what the future holds for you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apologies there for my phone making some noises during that previous speech on Nick. I would like to speak today on the regrettable decision that has been taken by the BBC NI to withdraw sign language from their lunchtime news broadcast. While no doubt well-intentioned, the decision sends an adverse message to nearly 110,000 people who are deaf or hearing impaired, many of whom would rely upon the sign language to communicate with others. Those who are deaf or hearing impaired and continue to pay their licence fee no longer have the same equality of opportunity to access news as those who do not rely on sign language. Approximately 6% of our population here are registered as deaf, with BSL as their primary language. As a result of the Communications Act 2003, broadcasters in the UK have a legal obligation to provide at least 5% of content in sign language. Yet BBC NI have now set a precedent in which those who are deaf or hearing impaired cannot access their news at the same time as hearing people. I have written to the director of the BBC NI to request that this decision be reversed and that those 90 seconds of sign language be returned to the end of the BBC NI lunchtime news broadcast. There is also a compelling argument to be made to the Communities Minister, who is yet to publish the long-awaited sign language bill, which would enshrine the right of deaf and hearing impaired people to access services in one's own language into law, whether that's British Sign Language or Irish Sign Language. Speaker, often this place apportions great volumes of time and energy into addressing matters of language and identity. Yet we do not see the same energy and time go into supporting those who are deaf or hearing impaired. Those who are deaf or hearing impaired often face negative perceptions and inequalities as a result of the design of their environment. Surely we owe it to them to not place obstacles in their way, but rather to recognise their needs and respond to them so that they can enjoy as full and purposeful a life as possible. Speaker, this begins in their ability to access the news of the day in their own language, and I urge the BBC to restore this vital service for the almost 110,000 deaf and hearing impaired people across our society. Thank you.
Ross Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ballywullen Flute Band from just outside Portrush, who celebrated their 140th anniversary with a special event at the Lodge Hotel in Coleraine on Saturday evening. In recognition of their anniversary, the band presented commemorative medals to the current members and past members and lapel pins and key rings to their guests. It's wonderful to see such a long-standing tradition spanning 140 years being celebrated. Ballywullen Flute Band has a rich history dating back to its formation in 1884. Over the years, it has become a significant part of the local community, participating in numerous parades, concerts and community events. The band is known for its dedication to musical excellence and community service, and are a regular fixture during the Super Cup NI and various other community events. The band's commitment to its community and its musical traditions has made it a beloved institution in the Portrush area and further afield. They feature a variety of instruments from the flute family: the piccolo, G treble, C flute, the most common in use in the band, the alto G, C bass and contrabass to enhance the band's sound depth. These instruments contribute to the band's rich and dynamic musical performances, playing a diverse range of music including traditional marches, classical pieces, contemporary music, and they also play modern pieces, adding a fresh touch to their performances. Their music selection helps them connect with a wide audience, from traditionalists to those who enjoy more contemporary sounds. To the band officers, committee, band members, I offer the band my congratulations on their vast musical repertoire and wish them continued success as they nudge closer to their 150th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to use my time to articulate on behalf of residents of Dromara their frustration, their anxiety and their sense of simply being forgotten in relation to flooding in the village. I attended a community meeting last night with MP Saoirse Eastwood, facilitated by Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, to establish, or rather re-establish, a resilience group to respond and react to any flooding event that may occur this year. This follows dreadful floods last year that saw raw sewage enter local homes and businesses in the village. Confidence is low in the community that any meaningful preventative work has been carried out to protect them from reoccurrence this year. I am grateful to NI Water officials for meeting with me and a local business owner on Friday, where they confirmed that capacity issues in the system, which is struggling to cope with new connections from house building in the area. Maintenance of the river is also a concern, and there are assessments and reports that show flooding to be an issue in Dromara going back as far as 1997. The flooding risk is known. The commitment to upgrade and tackle these issues definitively, however, has not happened, and the idea that incidents can be written off as resultant from one-off or freak weather events is no longer tenable. A BBC article from July this year confirms that evidence shows that traditionally drier parts of Northern Ireland, such as counties Armagh and Down, have been notably wetter, with infrastructure built for a climate 30 years ago less able to cope with extreme rainfall events. This certainly reflects the experience in Dromara. I know all representatives for the area share my concern and the concern of residents that the village is being left in a vulnerable position. And I know they will join me in asking the Infrastructure Minister to work with NI Water and the Rivers Agency to prioritise, firstly, necessary short-term works to help manage flood risk in the area this winter, but more importantly, ask that he commit to the necessary capital investment in Dromara to ensure a long-term, sustainable solution to this problem. Thank you.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, following answers given yesterday in this House by the First Minister being contradicted by the release of information by the Assembly authorities, I rise to raise serious questions that Sinn Féin can no longer duck. This includes the possible misappropriation of public funds, questions over the accuracy of official financial documentation and paperwork submitted to this Assembly, and indeed the possible misleading of this House. Firstly, in relation to the misappropriation of public funds, the First Minister has consistently described Michael McGonigal as a Sinn Féin press officer, both in this House and in public statements. Information released by the Assembly yesterday contradicts that. To quote the Assembly spokesperson, Michael McGonigal was employed by Michelle O'Neill MLA from the 2nd of March 2020 to the 31st of May, and then by Gemma Dolan MLA from the 1st of June 2020 to the 8th of July 2022. The rules for MLAs employing staff are very clear. We all in this House are required to follow Part 4 of the Assembly determination, which makes clear that our staff employed as MLAs cannot engage in party political activity, or that our political parties cannot benefit from that funding. If Mr McGonigal was a Sinn Féin press officer, as claimed by the First Minister, while being paid as a full-time constituency worker, this is a clear breach of Assembly rules. Each year, all members are required to sign a form, the MF12 form, which members will be aware of, which clearly states that we as MLAs have clearly abided by the determination. This form will have been signed by the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, in April 2020 when she employed Mr McGonigal full-time, and will also have been signed by Gemma Dolan MLA in April 2021 and April 2022 when he was in her full-time employment. How could this form be signed correctly, claiming that he was a MLA support staff worker, when, as the First Minister has made clear to this House, he was a Sinn Féin press officer? Thirdly, Mr Speaker, the very serious issue of misleading this House. When the First Minister has stated that Sinn Féin suspended Mr McGonigal from their employment, how could Sinn Féin suspend Mr McGonigal when he was not an employee of Sinn Féin, Mr Speaker? The Assembly record is clear that he was an employee of Michelle Dolan MLA, Gemma Dolan MLA. It would be her job to suspend him, as political parties have no role in the appointment or the dismissal of staff. So the First Minister, in her answers yesterday, clearly was not accurate to this House and needs to come forward and correct the record immediately.
John Stewart.
Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of the many thousands of people living across Northern Ireland who are currently living on unadopted roads, streets and developments. Across my constituency of East Antrim and across Northern Ireland, thousands of people are stuck in limbo without the very basic provisions that many of us and most of us take for granted. Absence of streetlights, sewage services, road repairs, often bin collection, the list goes on, and the frustration for these residents continues to grow. The reasons this is happening, Mr Speaker, are often multifaceted, but invariably involve either housing developers going bust or simply not completing the works to the standard that's required before moving on. This leaves residents in a dreadful position, unable to access basic services that they pay rates for, stuck in the middle of a convoluted legal process between the developer and the Department of Infrastructure. It also has invariably an impact on the house price that they have paid so much for, and often their ability to sell that property. Mr Speaker, some owners in my constituency bought their houses in good faith over 15 years ago and are still without access to street lighting, functioning sewage facilities, and this story is replicated across Northern Ireland. And rather than getting better, Mr Speaker, it is getting worse. A 2012 report by the Department of Regional Development Committee showed there were over 2,500 instances of that. I understand that has increased rather than got better in the last decade. Clearly, Mr Speaker, the system is not working and people are paying the price for this. The bond that DFI demand from developers before works on a new housing development start is meant to act as an incentive for developers to complete the work on time and on standards, but simply that incentive isn't working or clearly enough. Last week at the Infrastructure Committee, I raised this matter with the Infrastructure Minister, and I'm glad to see that he is looking into it. But personally, I believe we need a two-pronged approach. We need to look at all outstanding developments across Northern Ireland to create a plan to bring them up to standard, and then adoption. And if this means taking legal action and being harsh with former developers, whatever their situation currently is, then so be it. And that needs to be in collaboration between departmental officials and Northern Ireland. Secondly, Mr Speaker, there needs to be a full review of the bond system to ensure that it will cover the works that need to be carried out should a developer not do that. The bond is currently meant to be in place to do that, but invariably again, it is not happening and people are being left in limbo. I would also suggest that we look at banning those developers who serially offend. There is nothing more annoying for a homeowner who's bought a house, unable to access services, and watch that same developer start a new project 100 yards down the road, wondering whenever they'll be able to get access to the services that they're paying their rates for. So if that requires legislative change, then I hope the Minister will do so, but we need to do everything that we can in the House to represent these residents. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker.
Hunter.
Speaker, October 11th will mark the International Day of the Girl, and currently so many children, girls and boys in the Middle East, do not have a childhood. They live every day in fear amid the ongoing conflict. And yesterday marked the one-year anniversary since the heinous atrocities of October 7th, where 1,200 people violently were murdered in utterly barbaric circumstances, 251 of which were taken as hostage. And I know many of us across this House will stand in solidarity with those families who seek the immediate release of their loved ones. However, the scorched earth strategy unleashed by Israel since then is absolutely unforgivable, forcing Palestinians to run from death towards death within what is now a hopeless post-apocalyptic landscape where the entire population has been displaced, with over 40,000 people dead, including the slaughter of 16,000 innocent young children, a collective punishment on a population which has been demonised as human animals. Not satisfied with the misery it has wreaked on the people of Gaza, Israel has now opened up yet another war front, invading the sovereign nation of Lebanon, and now threatens an all-out war in the Middle East of biblical proportions. With over 1,000 rocket attacks a day, the bombing on the densely populated civilian areas means that the IDF has already claimed the lives of 2,000 people in the last week. The terror inflicted on Lebanon through lethal bunker bombs has traumatised a population, ended children's education, destroyed roads preventing evacuation to Syria, killed emergency service workers, and displaced over 1 million innocent people, ordinary families sleeping on the streets in fear for their lives. Now, the IDF threatens the very safety of our Irish soldiers and other UN peacekeepers. This is categorically unacceptable, and enough truly is enough. Under international law, it forbids punitive actions performed against civilians. And Mr. Speaker, I am appealing to the humanity of all members across this House to condemn the actions of Israel, to stand with the people of Gaza and to stand with the ordinary people of Lebanon. We must push for a diplomatic solution and call for an immediate ceasefire, and join President Macron's call to stop selling weapons to Israel, and this must be honoured. If not, I fear the continued actions of Israel will not only threaten an all-out major war in the Middle East, but the failure of Western politicians to adequately condemn and call out this behaviour risks the complete collapse of humanitarian norms and the sanctity of international law. And I have to reiterate the anger and the resentment I feel towards US and UK politicians who have stayed silent on this matter, who have abstained on this matter out of narcissistic aims and self-interest. So I would call upon us here today, although we are a devolved institution, I would reiterate the importance, the moral and ethical duty that we have to call out these atrocities and to put these innocent children at the forefront of our minds when we're decision making. Thank you.
Harvey.
Mr. Speaker, members will have seen the events unfold yesterday evening on the Ballyblack Road East near Carradore, where a major incident was declared following a crash involving a school bus. The bus carrying pupils from Strangford College left the road shortly after 4 p.m. with over 40 pupils on board. All of our thoughts will be with the 4 pupils who have been hospitalised following the incident and with their friends and families. We would want to wish them all a speedy recovery following what will have been a horrifying ordeal for them. I would also wish to take this opportunity to pay tribute to all those first responders who attended the scene yesterday afternoon and who mobilised the incident centre at the school as well. I know that the Education Minister will be visiting the school community today, and there will be a focus on ensuring that students can avail of counselling services and trauma response through the Education Authority's Critical Incident Response Team. Obviously, there will need to be an investigation into the incident, but in the meantime, our thoughts and prayers are with all those involved and with their wider Strangford College community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honeyford.
I want to just take a minute to highlight the success of another Lagan Valley sports team and congratulate Dromara GAC on the season that they have had. They won the league earlier in the summer and now they're through to the championship final on Friday night. Sport has the ability to unite our community like nothing else, and when you add a bit of success to that, the excitement and the hope that is built in a community can be incredible. And Dromara GAC encapsulates and those inclusive values, and it's there for everyone to see. A club that replicates the united community values of the majority who live in and around Finnis and the Dromara area, and thus they offer a really friendly welcome to anyone wanting to get involved and to play Gaelic games. I have close friends who, like myself, weren't born into the GA tradition, but also like myself, who have got involved in their local club in recent years, and who are not only welcomed but are now an integral part of the club, inviting other friends and building community. This is what a united community looks like. On Sunday just past, the club held a community breakfast, which I had the privilege of attending and was just brilliant. It was packed, and I want to say well done to everybody who made that happen. And I also want to thank the players, the committee and the volunteers who put so much effort in on a day-to-day and week-to-week basis, building a thriving club over many years. We talk and debate about issues in this chamber, and later today I'll be on economy. But it's really important to remember who this is all for and to have our local community front and centre of everything we do. So I want to congratulate Dromara JC on the journey thus far this season, and from your Alliance team, I want to wish you all the very best on Friday night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brooks, you have 1 minute, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Speaker, I rise just to put on record and mark 30 years of the Washington Ireland programme. What began 3 decades ago as an initiative to cultivate leaders of the future for a brighter future here in Northern Ireland has blossomed into a remarkable journey that has impacted many lives and helped foster many strong relationships across communities, across the border and across the Atlantic. For 30 years, the programme has provided young people with more than just an opportunity to learn. It has empowered young people to grow into leaders in a variety of fields with courage, vision and a great sense of what it is to serve. What makes the programme so unique is its proven ability to bridge the divide between a spectrum of diverse upbringings and perspectives, recognising but not seeking to change diverging political aspirations for this place, but rather to build relationships and understanding across them. It has given me and many others a far more diverse network of friends and contacts across these islands and beyond what I would have otherwise had at that stage in my life, and honed an ability to speak up and articulate for my beliefs and for my community, whilst also being able to listen to those with a genuinely different story and perspective. Given the time is short, I had more to say, Mr. Speaker, but I want to place on record my thanks, and I know all of those alums, thanks to host families, to those who have hosted internships for the programme, and most of all to the programme's founder, Carl Wheeler, whose impact on many hundreds, if not thousands of lives through the programme is remarkable, and we give thanks for that today. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
If members would take their ease before we move to the next item of business.
Members, the next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Health on Children's Social Care Services. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the need for immediate and sustained action to protect and support vulnerable children and families, notes the recommendations in the Northern Ireland Review of Children's Social Care Services report published in June 2023, commends the thorough work undertaken by the review, including identifying systemic issues and outlining a clear path for reform, calls on the Minister of Health to provide a detailed timeline for the implementation of the review's recommendations and to ensure adequate resources and funding are made available to enable the effective reform of children's social care services, and further calls on the Minister to work collaboratively with statutory partners and relevant stakeholders, including the community and voluntary sector and children and young people with lived experience, to deliver improved and sustainable care for vulnerable children and families, and to prioritise the welfare and protection of children.
Thank you, and I call the Chair of the Committee for Health to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and up to 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have up to 5 minutes. I call the Chair to open the debate.
Let me begin by first acknowledging that the scale and magnitude of the challenges within children's social care services are well rehearsed and widely accepted. The pressures and challenges that exist in the provision of children's social care services predate the damaging impact that the COVID pandemic has had. Indeed, in the independent review of children's social care services, Professor Ray Jones, who led the review, observed that the difficulties within children's social care services were both systemic and endemic. The report outlined that children's social care statistics show that on the 31st of March 2023, 22,875 children in the North were known to social services as a child in need. 2,171 children were listed on the Child Protection Register, and 3,801 children and young people were in care. We understand from a recent written briefing from the Department that the latest unpublished figures show that the number of children in care has risen since March 2023, and the figure now sits at 4,134. That's an increase of almost 9% in just 18 months. Growing demand for services, increasing complexity of need and serious workforce-related pressures, including high levels of staff vacancy and absence rates, are all adding pressure to an already struggling service. And without workforce, no plans will be deliverable. At our meeting on the 21st of March this year, the committee was extremely concerned to hear from Department of Health officials that at the end of January 2024, there was a combined vacancy absence rate of 358 social workers across the 5 trusts. One of the most alarming consequences of this is that a total of 1,479 cases were still waiting to be allocated to a social worker. That's 1,479 children. Following this, when the committee met with representatives of NIPSA in June this year, we heard harrowing reports on how matters had deteriorated further since the publication of the review report. This included reports of instances within trusts of no existing social work teams, of children not having a social worker assigned to them, and in other trusts, social work teams operating with less than 50% complement of staff. The committee agreed that the situation puts both children and staff at immense risk and it cannot continue. And we subsequently wrote to the Health Minister to ask that this is addressed as a matter of urgency. The Health Committee know from our meetings and contact with children's stakeholders that our services are overwhelmed and are struggling to meet the demand. It's therefore unsurprising that the independent review of children's social care services carried out by Professor Jones found that we have a higher rate of children being referred to children's services compared with England, Scotland and Wales, a higher proportion of children in need of help, a higher proportion of children with child protection plans in place, and a record number of children in care. And none of that is something to be proud of. I would like to take this opportunity to put on record the Health Committee's appreciation for the work of Professor Jones, his advisory panel and the Secretariat involved in carrying out the review of children's social care services. The report, which was published in June 2023, was the culmination of 16 months of endeavour, which included wide consultation and engagement across the children's social care sector. It's very evident from the review report that the contribution of the children, young people, parents, carers and social care workers with whom Professor Jones engaged heavily shaped the review's conclusions and recommendations. Professor Jones and the children's organisations we have heard from emphasised that children and young people want to be involved and engaged in the ongoing outworkings of the review, and we would ask the Minister to ensure that his department makes this commitment going forward. Professor Jones briefed the committee on the findings of the review in June this year, and his passion to see the review recommendations taken forward to effect real change was very evident to committee members. The report contains 53 recommendations. Whilst the majority of the recommendations fall within the responsibility of the Department of Health, the committee recognises that a number of recommendations cross into the policy responsibility of other departments. A number of the recommendations are also significant, including Recommendation 7 to establish a region-wide children and families arm's-length body, and Recommendation 39 to appoint a Minister for Children and Families. The Department has acknowledged that the review report has provided a robust roadmap that will facilitate improvement and deliver better outcomes for some of the most vulnerable children and young people in our society. The Department also accepts that change will create the conditions that encourage social workers and social care workers into a career in children's social care. And the committee agrees that is why we have made children's social care services a priority and focus of our work programme. As a committee, we believe we can use our role to maintain focus, emphasis and pressure to ensure that the reform that is needed is progressed by the Department. The committee can think of no better priority than to support the changes that will improve the lives of our most vulnerable children and families. And we welcome the establishment of the Department's Children's Social Care Services Strategic Reform Programme and commend the Department for progressing this in advance of the review's conclusion in order to begin to strategically address the range of challenges that very evidently exist within children's social care. At our meeting on the 26th of September, the committee noted the most recent update on the work of the reform programme has undertaken since its establishment in April last year, which includes actions taken relating to 9 programme work streams. However, as individual members and as a committee, we are being advised by children's social care stakeholders that the impact of the programme of work is not yet being felt by those on the ground who work directly with children and their families. Professor Jones also shared his frustration with the committee at the slow rate of progress when he briefed us back in June. At last week's committee meeting, we heard from representatives of the Reimagined Children's Collective. The collective is a collaboration of 10 charities working with children, young people and families. The goal of the collective is to advocate for the implementation of the independent review's recommendations. And I'd like to thank the collective representatives for attending last week's meeting and for laying out, in sometimes very stark terms, the urgent need for transformation and reform. It's important to emphasise that despite the challenges described, the organisations we heard from believe transformation is possible and that it is possible to make lasting change. We would ask the Minister to commit to driving the change that is needed forward and with urgency. The most vulnerable children in our society deserve better. Delay has a profound impact and change will come too late for many of the young people who currently need our support, and that was heard loud and clear from the review findings. I want to emphasise that the Health Committee does not underestimate the extent of the changes required to transform children's social care services, but the time for change is now. When Professor Jones briefed the Health Committee in June, he said something that has resonated with the committee about the need to drive forward real and tangible change. He said, "There is a lot of activity, but not enough action." We all know that reform is needed. Professor Jones' report makes that point very clearly. We now need to progress that reform at pace. In the motion, the committee calls for the Minister to work collaboratively with the community and voluntary sector. It is this sector that knows the needs of children and young people. These organisations and charities were the constant in these children's and families' lives. While social workers were challenged and overstretched and changed frequently, the community and voluntary sector were there in the difficult times. We need to utilise the expertise, the innovation and the agility of the community voluntary sector to respond to the needs of our most vulnerable children and families. Mr Speaker, the Health Committee implores the Minister to take the action that is needed to bring about meaningful and lasting change. And as Professor Jones recommends in his report, now is the time for action, and that action needs to be taken without drift or delay. I look forward to the debate today and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. I call Alan Robinson.
Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by thanking Professor Ray Jones, the author of the Independent Review of Children's Social Services. It's also important that we recognise the 3 experts who assisted: Marie Rolston, OBE, Judge Patricia Smith and Professor Pat Dolan. I would like to commend the thorough work undertaken by the review team. Their efforts have provided a roadmap containing the 53 recommendations, and one that has been informed by the lived experiences of children, young people, families, carers and those working within our care services. We must thank them all for their input. The welfare and the protection of our vulnerable children and families is certainly paramount. These are individuals who rely on us, who look to us for leadership, for protection and for action within this chamber. It is a duty, both moral and legislative, to ensure that children are not left behind and that every family has access to the support they need in times of difficulty. The review of Children's Social Care Services, published in June 2023, exposed the many challenges. The review was a comprehensive, evidence-based analysis that points to the weaknesses in our current system and services, but crucially, it also outlined a clear and actionable path forward. But a report, and there are many within our health service, no matter how well written or researched, is only as effective as the actions it inspires. The Minister may view this as me challenging him unfairly, but I can assure him that I am not. Indeed, I do welcome that it is recognised within his department that the pace of reform needs to quicken. I also recognise that ahead of the review being published, that a strategic reform programme was established, a delivery plan is in place, and that some additional funding has been made available to support the 9 work streams within the plan. And we do welcome the quarterly updates to the committee on this topic. But, as has been said in the Health Committee recently, it does feel like another tier, being piled upon another tier. Those at the heart of children's services just want the recommendations implemented. and they want structural change because, as it stands, children are surviving, but they're not thriving. We do hope today that we will receive a more detailed timeline for the implementation of the review's recommendations, and specifically waiting lists, fostering and workforce, which are heavily weighted within the 34 recommendations that the Department has accepted. It will be helpful to have a clear and accountable timeline that ensures the reforms are enacted with adequate resources and funding. And again, I recognise that without the necessary financial and human resources, any reform may remain aspirational at best. Can I say that it is very welcome that so far in 2024, health trusts have recruited 200 new social workers? It is important that they are retained and not lost to other jurisdictions, and that they have the skills mix to help address the wider issues within social care. It is recognised that whilst the review's recommendations fall within the Department of Health, that it is not just a matter for the Department for Health. A recent letter briefing to the Health Committee detailed that the Health Minister had written to the Education, Justice and First Ministers, highlighting the need for cross-departmental support. And I would welcome the Minister's response today to the outcome of this correspondence and when he expects to make a further announcement to the Assembly, especially around what many see as a key recommendation, which calls for a children and families arm's-length body. We've been told that without this, that the review becomes just a collection of recommendations. Effective reform of children's social care requires a collaborative, cross-sector approach. We must remember that our ultimate goal is not merely to address systemic issues, but to deliver improved and sustainable care for vulnerable children and families. A child who is supported today becomes an adult who contributes to society tomorrow. But when we fail, those consequences reverberate through generations. Therefore, it is imperative that the welfare and protection of children remain a priority, not just today, but every day, in every decision we make as a devolved assembly. These children, these families and supporting organisations are counting on all of us, and they deserve nothing less than our full commitment to a brighter, to a safer and more supportive future. And we often hear of the cost of reform in this House, but in this case we need to hear more of the cost if we don't reform.
Thank you. Nina McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, I'm so glad to get the opportunity to speak on this motion today. Our Children's Social Care Services has been at crisis point for some time, and it is vital that it is given the platform that it rightly deserves. All of our children here in Northern Ireland, supported by the social care sector, are our future. Every child deserves the very best in life, and where that has not been possible, they deserve the very best support and response from the state. As the Chair stated, there are currently over 4,100 children in care in Northern Ireland, and in my constituency in North Belfast, it is one of the most badly affected, with 1 in 20 young people in care in one ward in particular. That is at least one child in every classroom in that area is in some form of care, whether it is residential, kinship or foster. It has been over 400 days since Professor Jones published his review into these services. That's 400 days since we have had meaningful action on its implementation. This is a priority, not only for me as an Alliance Health spokesperson, but for every spokesperson across the committee. But there have been people working on this issue long before anyone on the committee brought it to this chamber today. And I want to pay special tribute to Professor Ray Jones. We had the privilege of hearing from him at committee, in which he himself has expressed concerns at the lack of movement since the 53 recommendations were published. And since then, we have also had the consultation and the publication of that consultation responses too. Like my committee colleagues, I want to pay tribute to the work of the Reimagine Collective for everything that they have done in amplifying the voices of young people and ensuring evidence is heard on what is working and what is not. From VOIPIC, Children in NI, Include Youth, Fostering Network, Action for Children, Bernardo's, NSPCC and BASWA, who also urgently want to see reform implemented. Yes?
Sorry. Would the member agree with me that so often these amazing community voluntary sector organisations have to plug the gaps where our statutory services fail?
There's an extra minute.
Absolutely, I agree. And they do so on a shoestring budget at times themselves, focusing on fundraising at this very same time, making sure that those children are their priority. But most importantly today, I want to pay special tribute to the voices of young people, the Experts by Experience reference group, and every young person who has provided evidence to Ray Jones, to myself and the committee over the past few months. I had my speech written out by yesterday, but last night I received an email from a young person who's given me permission to name him today. His name's Shay Taylor, and he wanted his thoughts to be read out today. My name is Shay Taylor, and I'm an expert by experience based in the Derry office. First of all, I'd like to send my heartfelt thanks and appreciation for the work on the advocating on these important issues and challenges that young people face, particularly within the social care system itself. Advocating for positive change for young people across Northern Ireland is something I'm extremely passionate about, and I myself am a care-experienced young person who has been in kinship care since 2021. Some issues that matter to me include the government's ignorance towards creating a suitable, appropriate and sustainable care system in which young people in care can receive help, support and gain skills, confidence and grow as young people in a safe environment in which they can thrive. The lack of funding for youth organisations, a flawed care system for young people, particularly the number of different health and social care trusts areas, which make it difficult to sustain a fair and effective care system, the lack of care and attention paid by the government to young people's voices and opinions, and the lack of pathways for young people in care, such as sustainable employment, career and personal opportunities. These are not my words, Deputy Speaker. These are the words of our young people who are living it. And those are the ones from those who are able to speak up for themselves. We all know that there are others at a much younger age who enter the care system due to the failure of government to protect them and their families for the hardships they face. The Minister will get up here today and discuss the budget situation, of which we completely understand. But there are many elements of the 53 recommendations laid out by Ray Jones which can be implemented with very little or no cost. I think about Recommendation 25, which calls for previous reviews of foster care policies and services to be updated and acted upon now. Recommendation 29 to not allow for the privatisation of the care of children, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister on that. Recommendation 30, that respite care for children with a disability should be expanded, and children receiving respite care should not be seen as looked after children. I hope the Minister has actually watched the Spotlight documentary last week, and I look forward to hearing his thoughts on that. And Recommendations 50. The difficulties facing children's social care services need to be tackled with pace. I am looking forward to the annual conference this year, something which Ray Jones proposed himself, to actually hear about the progress further on these recommendations. But there is a review. It's here. It's been conducted in good faith. It's been consulted upon. There must be decisions that are taken. We need to ensure that the big policy areas such as arm's length body and single children and families division are pushed forward. And this responsibility is on all of us. And of course the entire executive must work together, but the Minister of Health must lead. We must show leadership in this issue and work at pace to ensure the lives of every young person are a priority. Thank you.
Colin Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Much of today's debate has and will be informed by the work of Professor Jones, and therefore once again I want to put on record my thanks and that of my party for the passion and commitment he displayed along with his team in conducting the review. The review was also greatly benefited by all the young people, parents and carers who engaged and shared their lived experiences, because it is those experiences, both the positive and the not so positive, that so powerfully added to the final review. Professor Jones' report was comprehensive and certainly far-reaching, but we should have never expected nothing else, because by late 2021 it was becoming clear that children's social care services were really starting to reach crisis point. At the time of the review commencing, there were record numbers of children and young people who were in care. There were also very high rates of staff vacancies and overall increasing child protection workloads. Unfortunately, young people, like some others, weren't always receiving the timely and quality support that they deserved. So it was clear that something needed to be done. It was either make changes or see services collapse. Yet for many of our young people, we simply can't allow the safety net of children's social care services to fail. Sadly, the problems weren't easing, and crucially, demand was only continuing to grow. Professor Jones' review is a reliable and accurate benchmark by which we must measure future provision against. Looking at the final report launched last summer, it is clear that the review left no stone unturned. The recommendations are ambitious, but ultimately achievable. As the motion makes clear, our vulnerable children and families need sustained actions. Short-term fixes will no longer cut it. As an Assembly, therefore, it's our role to help deliver the necessary changes as are set out in the review. Thankfully, a number were accepted even in advance of the public consultation. Whilst the vast majority of recommendations are within the remit of the Department of Health, of which I look forward to an update from the Minister on, for others they are broader again and reach across more than just one department alone. It is my hope that this Executive as a whole keeps an open mind on the organisational and service changes recommended, because whilst there are still challenges, there are also still opportunities. We have to be realistic, however, and recognise that some will require additional funding, and if this Assembly is united in our desire to deliver improved services, then we should also be mindful of just how difficult that task has been made under the most recent funding allocations. Nevertheless, Mr Deputy Speaker, wherever improvements can be made, they must be made. Our young people deserve no less, and the review has shone a spotlight on what needs to be done. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Speaker, we are here today discussing a matter which of course is of the utmost importance, that of the well-being of some of our most vulnerable children and families. And it is our task to ensure that every child here has the opportunity to grow up in a safe, nurturing environment. And it is also clear that there is immediate and sustained action that is required to protect those that are at risk. The Northern Ireland Review of Children's Social Care Services, published in June 23, provides us with that critical roadmap for reform. The Ray Jones Review, as has been mentioned, is a comprehensive piece of work, and it not only identified the systemic issues within our current social care framework, but it also outlined a clear way forward. We must commend the thorough work undertaken by the review team and Professor Jones, which shines a light on the challenges that our children and families face, and it does also emphasise that urgent need for change. Vulnerable children and families often navigate a really complex web of social, economic and emotional challenges. We must act decisively to address their needs and ensure that they receive the care and the protection that they need. To this end, the SDLP called on the Health Minister to provide a detailed timeline for the implementation of the review's recommendation. Only when we clearly know when things will happen can we adequately then hold the Department to account to see the change that is actually needed. It's not enough to simply acknowledge the findings of the Ray Jones Review. We must translate words into action. The timeline must be clear, it must be realistic, it has to be achievable, and it's ensuring that we do not lose the momentum that there is at the moment in this critical initiative. And moreover, we must ensure that adequate resources and funding are allocated to ensure the effective reform of these services. And I have to say, I don't really have a massive amount of faith that we're going to do that. I think from June of last year through to now, we continue to get lots of words from the Executive, lots of good feeling that things need to happen. And in the recommendations, of which has been mentioned, there are 53. There are some that are quite easy to do. I think they've started. There's a couple of real big bruisers in there that would give the fundamental review that is required, and they maybe are not just as forthcoming. And I think there's a very obvious answer as to why that's not happening. Now, reform cannot happen in a vacuum. It requires investment, both financial and human capital, to create a system that is responsive, compassionate and effective. We need to equip our social care workforce with the tools and support they need to make a meaningful difference in the lives of children and families. Collaboration is the key to success. And I urge the Minister to work closely with Statute. Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way, but will the member agree with me just on that point around collaboration, that work does need to be taken forward in relation to engaging our statutory youth workers, who are qualified individuals who have a good role to play in this space?
Extra minute. Thank you. I commend the member's eyesight. Literally, my next sentence is at least saying that I urge the Minister to work closely with statutory partners and relevant stakeholders, and obviously including youth workers and others, including the community and voluntary sector, to create that holistic approach. But I also think that we need to see an interdepartmental, if not a subgroup of the executive, to be able to take some of these moves forward. The changes that are recommended within this go as far as the review of public administration did a number of years ago. It's asking some departments to give up massive agencies within their remit and pass it over to an arm's length body. And let's be clear about it. We know that ministers do not like to let go, along with their civil servants, of big swathes of their departments and pass them on. So if that is truly going to take place, then we need to see that commitment from all of the ministers that are taking place. And it's not lost on me either that 8 out of the 9 members of the Health Committee belong to executive parties. So I hope that each and every member of the Health Committee that is a member of an executive party is encouraging their ministers to make sure that they work with the Health Minister to deliver the change, because otherwise we could be accused here with this committee motion of it simply being warm words, and that is not what we can allow to happen for the sake of our young people. Thank you.
Diane Dodds.
Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for my late arrival in the chamber, but I think that one thing is clear from the contributions today, that the review of children's services and the debate that we're having today will be meaningless, and as the former speaker said, just warm words, if we don't hear of positive action out of this debate from the Minister. The review is about 18 months now, and the Department, I know, have been working on aspects of the review, but we really do need to hear of decisions. And I think that the message from this chamber today, Minister, is about the importance of making decisions for some of the most vulnerable children and families in our community. I know that many people have mentioned very many aspects of it, so I'm just going to highlight some of the issues, and some in particular that I find particularly harrowing and have had to deal with on a constituency basis as well, which I find it very, very difficult. The independent review by Professor Jones found referrals to children's social services to have been consistently higher in Northern Ireland than in England, the Republic of Ireland or Wales. Also, a higher proportion of Northern Ireland's child population are considered children in need, a higher proportion of a child protection plan, and in recent years there's been a proportionately greater growth in the number of children in care. That should be a stark warning to us all. High levels of staff vacancies are leading to large numbers of cases being unallocated, and probably over 4,000 children and their families waiting after having crossed an initial threshold for involvement with statutory children's social care. I was particularly concerned about the review findings in respect of fostering, and specifically the recruitment of foster carers. Foster carers play a vital role in supporting vulnerable children and young people, and we commend those who have provided or are providing this high-quality care within our families and communities. Despite rising demand, there is a deficit of almost 300 foster carers locally, according to estimates compiled by the Fostering Network. As I said, I have some harrowing examples through my constituency service of families in need and at crisis point needing foster care. And the pressures on the service have knock-on effects on the pathway of these young people and their ability to succeed throughout their life. People offer to help with emergency fostering when a young person has no other options available to them. But having been good enough to take that step, the new emergency foster family are sometimes left helpless, unable to obtain the assistance or reassurance they feel they need, with some of the social workers continuously unavailable for whatever reason. The gap in supply here has caused huge consequences, given that 4 in 5 children coming into care are supported through fostering. A lack of available foster carers means that some children will experience multiple moves, leading to poorer outcomes in terms of stability and personal health and well-being. It is welcome that the Children's Social Care Services Strategic Reform Delivery Plan for 24-25 does contain plans to conclude a review of fostering service models, improve performance in foster care recruitment and retention, and develop additional short breaks provision by April 25. That's not a long time, Minister, and we do need action in this respect. A lack of respite services is also placing a huge strain on many families, particularly for parents and carers of children with a disability or special educational needs. Yes, of course.
Just to highlight, I met with some of the mums who participated in last week's documentary, and they disclosed to us that some of those mums themselves have sent emails asking if they could be a foster carer. These parents who themselves are not able to get respite care. It goes on to your previous point about needing to ensure there's more services, but would you agree that is not the right way to go about how we actually get more foster caring, asking those who are already stretched to the limits?
Member has an extra minute.
Thank you. And the member's absolutely right. And I think that anyone who watched the programme on BBC could not help but be impacted by it. It was, I think, a shame on us all that so many families are left to cope on their own with so little short breaks. And I will finish with this. What I find really difficult in relation to this is the difference between different trusts as to the services they offer. So some trusts literally have very little to no programmes for short breaks. Others are managing quite well. Families, when they move from one trust area to the other, find that their respite care is suddenly removed from them. And I think, Minister, and I've said this and I will continue to say it, that these are the strategic, inherent, inbuilt inequalities in the health system that we really need to tackle.
And the member's time is up.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Sean Mulholland.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I rise today, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of frustration, I suppose, and disappointment. It's now been 16 months since the publication of the Independent Review of Children's Social Care Services. The same amount of time it took Ray Jones to gather his evidence and compile that thorough report, yet here we are 16 months later and we find ourselves discussing the same issues with little to no tangible progress. The findings and recommendations of the review were very clear and they painted a distressing picture of a system that intervenes too late, failing to offer support until a family is already in crisis. Recommendation 2 of the review emphasised the critical need to address child poverty through changes in our welfare system. Tackling poverty is an essential step in preventing children from being placed into care. We know that. We cannot continue to allow families to face the burden of poverty without providing them with financial support that they need to care for their children. If we tackle poverty upstream, we reduce the need for social services involvement downstream. Ray Jones' report emphasised that doing the basics well is a crucial foundation for any successful intervention. That means being reliable, respectful and maintaining the trust in our social services. Unfortunately for many families, they only interact with the system when a crisis is already imminent or underway, and that's a fundamental failure of our current approach. Crucially, yes, of course.
For giving way, would the member agree with me that a good start would be to actually expand the Sure Start programme? We know it works, we know it's effective, we know that it can be done, and it's done within communities, and it's really, really impactful for families.
And I actually come on to Sure Start later on, so thank you. The report called for cooperation between departments and agencies to ensure that families don't fall through the cracks of a fragmented system, and 16 months later we're still waiting for that cooperation. We're still waiting for the early interventions across all departments that can save families before they reach that breaking point. And the collaboration between agencies still remains a significant barrier to delivering an effective and compassionate care that families so desperately need. That collaborative supportive approach is key to creating a system that prioritises family welfare over crisis management. Recommendation 4 called for more help for families to assist them in caring well for their children, and that's more about assistance than confrontation. As Jones noted, that stability and continuity are essential. Families shouldn't have to deal with multiple different social workers, and they need consistent support to build that trusting relationship, something that's sorely lacking with the constant churn in personnel. And as Ms Dillon has pointed out, recommendation 23 reminds us of the crucial role that early support programmes like Sure Start play in keeping families together. My party believes strongly in the expansion of Sure Start to include children aged 4 to 10. Family support should not be limited to children under 3 years of age, and we need a system that addresses the needs of children and families beyond those early years, but ensures that no family is left behind, particularly due to postcode lotteries or geographic barriers, particularly in rural areas like my own. We acknowledge the complexities involved in implementing that expansion, but the principle is clear and aligns with our guiding theme that children social services should be based on family support. As we reflect on the challenges faced by children and families across Northern Ireland, we must not lose sight of the crucial role that youth services play in preventing those crises. Youth services, especially for care experienced young people like VOIPEC, must be a priority. Young people with care experience need access to services that are specifically tailored to their needs, services that provide stability, emotional support and guidance as they navigate the complexities of life without a stable family environment. We can't allow those children to be left behind. And at the same time, we must address the gap in general youth services. There's an urgent need to provide structured, supportive environments for all young people, not just those in care, so that they have a safe place where they can grow and develop. Those services are vital in helping to prevent issues before they escalate, again, nipping it in the bud before any escalation that require intervention from social services. Youth services for children in care, general youth services and family support are all essential elements of a compassionate and effective system. Families and children across Northern Ireland are dependent on us in this chamber and on yourself, Minister, to deliver those services, and they can't wait any longer, nor should they. Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, I want to put on record that I fully support the motion and would like to thank the Chair of the Health Committee for bringing it forward. I'd also like to recognise the Northern Ireland Review of Children's Social Services report and the work of Ray Jones, which has already been spoken about in the Chamber this morning. A number of years ago, I conducted a piece of research on adverse childhood experiences, and as part of that process, interviewed young people with a care experience. I still recall very vividly those interviews and the highly articulate and passionate young people who shared very honestly with me about their experiences of care. And I'll be frank, some of those were just heartbreaking to hear. I'd like to make some points around a fairly specific aspect of the motion that the member just touched on. It's clear in terms of research that there is already a very strong evidential base that has demonstrated that early intervention in terms of supporting children and families results in better outcomes, improved outcomes, and also happens to be more cost effective. In England, for example, research has been carried out looking at the evidential impact of early intervention, such as Sure Start that was just talked about. It would appear that over a period of about 10 years, while spending has reduced in England on early interventions, latter interventions such as youth justice and safeguarding has increased by a similar amount. I would imagine if you're a policymaker in England, that's exactly the opposite of where you'd actually want to be. It is therefore clear in my view that we must continue to articulate in this House that we treat these issues upstream rather than downstream. And the best methodology for doing that is through early intervention and prevention. In my view, one of the key success outcomes of this reform programme should be measured in terms of less children having to enter care, less children subject to child protection arrangements, and more children living healthily and happily with families. I don't underestimate the challenges that lie in embedding the review findings, but as other members have already spoken about this morning and have already highlighted, we must know now where the department is on this issue and the timescale for where they're going to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to fully support the motion and, like the previous speaker, with a particular emphasis on the value of prevention, early intervention and ongoing support for our children and young people. And this motion is more, it should be, certainly more than just words. It should be about demonstrating in both our words and in our actions, more importantly, that their lives matter. Regardless of the start that they have in life, regardless of their circumstances, regardless of how bereft of hope that they have been made to feel, we are here to say that we care. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not just about caring. We must care enough to act on the far-reaching recommendations set out in Professor Ray Jones' review of children's services. But let's make no bones about it. These circumstances existed more than 16 months ago. They existed more than 32 months ago. They extended even before my time in this Assembly. But we do stand at a great moment of scrutiny in our attitude to children and young people as an Assembly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. However, I refer to when we walk off the pitch in political protest at failures, whether they are perceived or real. Because when we do that, we abandon the first and crucial pillar of reform, transformation and change that an executive minister can affect. And I will continue to remind those in this House who still justify their 3 or 2 year absence that those 5 years of lost time, they will be measured in 5 years of lost progress, 5 years of lost transformative opportunity to actually bring and manifest those changes in the lives of those young people. So please, when you speak and you speak about change and transformation, review what we have done and review what we have not done in this House. And I will not get tired of reminding people in here about that, because those children, over that period of time, didn't have advocacy in this House. And it's time we shook ourselves up and wobbled our heads. It's imperative that we stay committed to the work, as our absence removes the possibility of the very progress that we claim to seek. The Reimagine Children's Collective has been a shining example of collaborative advocacy for some of the most marginalised children in our society. Their work shows us the power of standing together to push for meaningful change. Let us not forget the grim reality we face: rising rates of child poverty, record numbers of children in care, a shortage of foster carers, which has been talked about, and the multiplicity of challenges faced by prospective adopters. These children are not just statistics, they are lives in need of urgent care and compassion, as were those children who didn't have advocacy here when we weren't here for 5 years. Now, I would like to pay tribute to those working in social services who face overwhelming bureaucratic challenges and increasingly complex workforce issues, and the difficult task of helping families navigate through complexities that are never easily untangled, and I'm sure the members come across these examples. I want to pay tribute to the health professionals working in paediatric care, both physical and mental, and to the community and voluntary sector in particular, who we owe our utmost gratitude, because their essential life-breathing support is nothing short of amazing. The recommendations in Professor Ray Jones' reviews are not just guidelines. They are a blueprint for the transformation that we desperately need. When we look at the rising rates of child poverty, record numbers of children in care, we really are failing too many of our young people. Each of those children deserve the opportunity to thrive, and the growing complexities of their needs cannot be ignored. Now, the key theme from the Reimagine Children's Collective, who have tirelessly advocated for some of our most marginalised children, remind us that progress is possible, but only through collaboration. The collective has shown that we can bring about real change, and we can and do need to work together. That's something as an Assembly we strive to do, and I think particularly that the Minister for Health will need that intervention and help from the Minister for Education and the Minister for Justice in particular, and indeed the Minister for Communities. We all need to be facing in the same direction to deliver transformative change. To those, I'm going to go back to it, guys, to those who have previously felt compelled to walk off the political pitch in protest, I say this: when you do so, you remove a vital pillar of reform, a vital pillar of transformation, and you remove hope. If you ever feel compelled to do it again, remember that. If we abandon our responsibility, we leave behind the very children who need us most. This motion calls for immediate, sustained action, and it demands collaboration across sectors. We must work together to ensure that the recommendations of the review are not just implemented, properly funded and resourced. Children and families across Northern Ireland are depending on us to deliver. Let's not fail them again. Thank you.
Cara Hunter.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the previous speaker's comments there. I think it's really important that we have this place up running and that seeks to deliver for our young people. Firstly, I'd like to thank Professor Ray Jones for his work on this issue today and his 53 recommendations. I know I will be speaking briefly in my capacity as my party's education spokesperson. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our children's social care services are currently not fit for purpose, and our children are currently being failed. We have a responsibility to make this government work for our people and deliver quality, functioning public services, and we have a responsibility to ensure the well-being and the prosperity of our children here. Transformation is urgently needed to support our most vulnerable children, particularly those in care who have faced some of life's most greatest and isolating challenges. I'd also like to thank VOIPIC, Voices of Young People in Care, for giving a platform to our children and young people of their journey and their lived experience of life in care. And on this topic, I think it links so heavily with the fact that there are currently over 100,000 children in Northern Ireland living in poverty, with families who struggle to provide for their basic needs, provide a warm house, nutritious food, appropriate clothing and pay for childcare costs. And with close to 1 in 4 children living in poverty in the north, I would really emphasise that this should be a priority for all departments in our executive. Children living in poverty are twice as likely to leave school with fewer than 5 GCSEs and are twice as likely to receive a SEND diagnosis. We must do more to ensure our services for them are well connected and that communication within departments becomes more fluid, more flexible, particularly when discussing the matters of our vulnerable children, working closely together for the best possible outcome for our young people. Outside of this topic, I also must raise the challenge faced by vulnerable children and parents in my constituency on the topic of respite services. They're really dire. And I know I don't really need to echo that across this House. I know other members will know. I've recently met with stressed parents who are fantastic people, wonderful parents, but simply cannot cope, and they're left without a break, without answers and without support. So Minister, you have big challenges ahead when it comes to transforming services, but it's really important today that we don't forget the lived experience of the vulnerable children and the parents and the families wrapped around them who rely on these services. And the important thing here is to ensure that vulnerable children are looked after by the state and live happy and healthy lives. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's beyond ironic that after the first of yesterday, this Assembly should find itself debating a motion recognising the need for immediate and sustained action to protect and support vulnerable children and families. Where was the concern for the vulnerable children who visit this building on a regular basis when the party leading on this motion on behalf of the Health Committee allowed a paedophile to have access to this building, which was only revoked last week? How can this House deliver lectures on the need for immediate action when some of the members that are here potentially were so laissez-faire when it came to such a vital issue? Where was the outcry from my fellow members of the Executive Office Committee when ministers were shielded from questions last week? Where is the demand for immediate action against the Minister in the Executive, supposedly accountable to this House, who just a few days ago gave the public inaccurate information about the duty of previous employers when it comes to passing on information about those who pose a threat to vulnerable children?
Mr Gaston, could I ask you to return to the subject and the detail of the motion, which is laid out very clearly on the order paper?
Deputy Speaker, I feel this is very relevant to the topic as I've outlined at the start, and if you allow me to continue, we'll develop that further. Deputy Speaker, where was the concern in this House yesterday after I challenged the First Minister on when we can expect the party which brought us the Liam Adams scandal, the Mariah Cahill scandal, the Seamus Marley scandal, and now the Michael McMonagle scandal to bring us another scandal? Where was the condemnation when the First Minister, in getting up to answer my question as to whether she could assure us that there won't be more
Mr. Galston, can I ask
scandals?
you again to return and strictly adhere to the reference of the motion, which is laid out clearly to all members, including yourself?
Speaker, where I was getting to in this debate was that if this executive, if this chamber is to have any shred of credibility in issues such as this, I would encourage all them to go round to the Business Office to sign my motion of no confidence in the First Minister and the Minister Murphy.
Mr. Galston, address the motion or resume your seat. The motion is clearly laid out.
This executive, until this chamber takes matters, can't lecture anybody else.
Right, Carl.
Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Health Committee mentioned that the services for children and young people are excuse me, overwhelmed. I think a more accurate description, as was described to me in recent days, is that the services are in complete meltdown. Staff are working obviously as hard as they can, but they're effectively trying to move water in a bucket full of holes. And I think it's worth saying there are many holes and problems with the current system, and how it obviously impacts on children, looked after children and young people in particular. And if, Deputy Speaker, we can't ensure that these people receive the support and protection that they so rightly deserve, then what chance does everyone else have across our society? So also, Deputy Speaker, worth mentioning in this debate, very pertinent that social workers have been in dispute and are still in dispute with trusts, several health trusts across the north. Just think about that for a second. The people whose job it is to support and protect looked after children have had to take action, strike action, industrial action, because of the state of the sector and a lack of support for those in it, both the workers and the young people. Deputy Speaker, the workers and their unions have three main demands. One is a recognition payment for the work that they obviously do, a career pathway for people in the sector, an effective caseload ceiling, so people aren't doing a ridiculous amount of cases. And I would urge the Minister, the Health Minister today, Deputy Speaker, and his department, along with the Executive, to seed and implement these demands. Otherwise, his department and Executive will be overseeing the further decline of these essential services. But on top of that, Deputy Speaker, I would add, how many more unallocated cases are too many? 100, 200, 300, 1,000? Are these acceptable numbers to anybody in this House or the Minister? And we're talking about young people without a social worker. Who is measuring the impact on that young person? These are all valid and pertinent questions, Deputy Speaker. And obviously, they repeat, there's no, they make an obvious point, there's no social work without social workers, so it's time that their conditions were sorted out. And Deputy Speaker, it's my understanding that the talks between the trusts and the unions have broken down because of an attitude, an approach from upper management. And if that is indeed the case, then there needs to be a new attitude and a new approach towards social workers and their union. The Treasury economics of obsessing about financial prudence, Deputy Speaker, needs to go completely out of the window, especially when we're talking about supporting and protecting young people from harm. That's what we're talking about here, protecting young people and supporting them from coming into harm. But also to give people who have had a difficult challenge to start in life another chance and a better shot. There shouldn't be an attempt, as has been alluded to through this debate and further processes, to sneak privatisation or payment, as Power to People report does, through the back or the front door. Deputy Speaker, I think we also had to mention, as has been referred to as well already, that there is no specialist facilities for children with severe disabilities, no respite services, and not only is this cruel, unfair and difficult for families and young people, but it's penny wise and pound foolish. Again, who is measuring the impact on families, young people, carers, so on and so forth. Deputy Speaker, it also would be unwise not to mention the fact that a predeterminant of whether someone is likely to need care or come into the care system is the issue of class, economic class. Those who can't afford the essentials of life, who are ground down by exorbitant costs, affected by a system that has historically huge levels of wealth, but so much misery and difficulty, are more likely to be affected and impacted by the care system. And if we aren't looking at this simultaneously, then we're missing the bigger picture in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And I welcome the opportunity to speak on this debate today. I want to begin by recognising the need for immediate and sustained action to protect and support vulnerable children and young people. I also want to acknowledge, as many members have done, the excellent work of Professor Ray Jones in reviewing children's social care here in Northern Ireland. Not just the work of the report, but his work since then, his continued focus on ensuring meaningful change for children and for families. And I assure you, Deputy Speaker, that I share his determination to deliver that change. It is a fact, though, and it will not be welcome, I am sure, by members, that the pace of change in some areas will be determined by factors beyond my control. Children's social care services have experienced significant pressures over the last number of years, made worse by COVID-19, workforce issues such as high vacancy and turnover rates, along with increasing family complexities. We also know there's a strong correlation between deprivation and the need for intervention in family life. Around 43% of children in care come from the 20% most deprived areas in Northern Ireland, and that compares to 5% from the least deprived areas. And previous research identified children in the 10% most deprived small neighbourhoods here were nearly 6 times more likely to be on the Child Protection Register. We also know that child poverty rates have been rising. The review found we have a higher rate of children being referred to children's social care services compared to the rest of the United Kingdom. We have a higher proportion of children in need of help, a higher proportion with child protection plans, and we have record numbers of children in care. The review, as members will know, was commissioned in 2022. It reported in June of 23, and it made 53 recommendations, those recommendations along a continuum, ranging from the establishment of new ways of delivering and overseeing services through to hosting an annual conference. My department consulted on 51 of those recommendations, and we received 134 responses. Some recommendations were accepted in advance of that consultation, either on the basis they were necessary things to do or because they reflected work that was already in train. Of the 53 recommendations, I've accepted 34. 3 are now considered closed, 4 have not been accepted, and 2 are beyond the scope of the review. 10, I'd like to make some progress. 10 of the 53 recommendations are subject to ongoing consideration because they're either the responsibility of other departments or they require cross-departmental support to progress. These include the recommendations relating to a Minister for Children and Families, the expansion of the Sure Start programme, the Gillen Review of Civil and Family Justice, and 7 of the recommendations which relate to what Professor Jones termed, quote, the most significant and core and crucial proposal, which was the recommendation for a region-wide children and families arm's-length body. I think members will accept these are significant steps to take, and we need to be assured they have real potential to deliver the change being sought and that they do not destabilise services. Professor Jones concluded there is a systemic and endemic children's social care crisis in Northern Ireland, caused not by individual failings but by the current children's social care structures, systems and processes. Deputy Speaker, I met with Professor Jones in August, and it was clear he hasn't changed his mind since the publication of his review. It remains his view that the crisis needs to be addressed by changes in governance, by organisational arrangements, and a renewed focus on supporting families in line with the Children's Northern Ireland Order of 1995. Members have mentioned that he deemed that we are heavy on activity and rather light on action. And I agree with him in terms of what I've said often. Government is not about the inputs and outputs of government. It's about the outcomes. Are we delivering better outcomes? Members will understand decision-making in relation to these recommendations extends beyond my department. What is proposed is an arm's-length body which would incorporate not only children's social care services but potentially education welfare services, youth services and youth justice services.
For taking intervention, just with regards, and I completely understand it's not just the responsibility of a minister, but with regards to the Minister for Children and the arm's length body, have you prioritised this to bring it to the executive for discussion with your colleagues?
Well, I thank the member for her intervention. In a strict sense, if I'm going to strictly answer the direct question, I have not brought it to the executive. What I have done is I have taken the arm's length body to the Ministers for Justice and Education, because they're the ones who would be most involved with health if an arm's length body is to be established. And in terms of the Minister for Education, a Minister for Children and young people, that is something I took directly to the Executive Office, to the First and Deputy First Minister. For clarity, the Minister for Justice is supportive of an arm's length body. The Department of Education have engaged with my department officials to seek further clarification and to explore further the implications of an arm's length body. I have not received a definitive response from the First Minister or Deputy First Minister with regard to a Minister for Children. But I would say to the member, doing so, I think, could be very repercussive. For example, why not have a minister then for older people? So these are the considerations that I imagine are being discussed in the Executive Office. So, Deputy Speaker, I think there is scope for a new arm's length body to be central to the implementation of the Children's Services Cooperation Act of 2015, a lead children's authority using the terminology of that act. And I pause here to pay tribute to former member Stephen Agnew, the man who brought that act to the Northern Ireland Assembly as a private member's bill. My view is that a new ALB has to be more than the drawing together of children's social care from the 5 trusts. While Professor Jones has proposed an ALB has a local footprint aligned to trust areas, I believe we would need to look at the regionalisation of some services provided in one place rather than 5, and that would be consistent with my view that we must identify best practice where it exists and then turn that into common practice across the 5 geographic trusts. The decision on the arm's length body impacts mostly on the Departments of Education and Justice, so I've asked those ministers, as I said, for their views. These are not minor decisions, and I appreciate the Education Minister wants to consider this very carefully, as indeed I do. But I know we cannot ponder forever, and nor do I intend to. And it is my intention to bring a paper to the Executive in the coming weeks, seeking consideration of the recommendation calling for a children and families arm's length body. I also intend to seek Executive support for additional funding to enable the shift away from statutory intervention in family life. And I totally agree with Professor Jones that greater and earlier support is needed for families to keep them together. I also agree with him that to make this shift will require additional funding, at least in the short to medium term. Now, once the Executive process concludes, I will make a statement to the Assembly. I give way to the member.
Thank the Minister for giving way. In the incisive words of the poetic group ABBA, money, 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 have you any indications from the Finance Minister that additional funding will be made available, that there's an opportunity for money to be made available, and is there a sense from you within your department that you won't be able to progress matters unless there is additional money? Because if you're left to simply divert it from other parts of your department, we know then it's not going to work, so it needs that executive buy-in.
I want to thank the member for his question. I think to discuss the budget, there was the opening budget position, there was then the June monitoring round, which released some significant funds to the department. We are, I think, optimistic that we will receive Barnett consequentials between now and year end. However, that is not to say that that will ease our budgetary pressures. We are finding it extremely difficult to balance the books, and that's without considering the pay pressures, which will need to be met in some form. So that there is not any easy answer, there's not any good news in terms of the budget for this year, and I would anticipate the same may well be the same for the next financial year. So, Deputy Speaker, work is already in train to deliver against the 34 accepted recommendations. 27 have now been formally assigned to the Children's Social Care Services Strategic Reform Programme, including 8 which we categorised as guiding principles, and the remaining 7 are the responsibility of my department to progress. That reform programme was established in April of last year. It's overseen by senior leaders in children's social care within the department, by the Health and Social Care Trusts and other departmental arm's-length bodies. The Departments of Education and Justice and Trades Union side are also represented. The voluntary and community sector is embedded at all levels of the reform programme, including a dedicated work stream built around the Reimagined Children's Collective, and I want to express my gratitude to the collective for the leadership that they have shown. Among other things, the reform programme identifies effective practice within Northern Ireland and beyond, and planning to replicate that practice where appropriate to ensure that best use is made of existing resources to achieve consistency across the region. For example, work is ongoing to identify the root causes of waiting lists across children's social care services and to test solutions. Models of best multi-agency front door practice in children's services across the UK and internationally have also been reviewed. A children's residential care strategy is being developed. Work to enhance residential capacity in the more immediate term is underway, including looking to new models of residential care to enable trusts to respond more flexibly to meet need and to enable children with complex needs to remain in Northern Ireland. We are also looking at the potential to introduce multi-site children's homes, homes with one manager and staff team with the capacity to use space across multiple sites to better meet the needs of children by, for example, supporting time out or enabling children with acute needs to live in a smaller home environment.
I appreciate that you've given away a number of times, but can we get some reassurance that that provision will not be privatised, that it will be provided under your department, because that is a real fear, particularly for the Reimagine Collective. It's also a fear of mine, because when you start making money off the back of children's services, it's a dangerous place to go.
I thank the member for her intervention. Indeed, the Professor Jones raised concerns that the private sector is beginning to infiltrate the provision of residential care for children in Northern Ireland. The absence of private provision of children's social care was identified by him as a strength in that review. So we have a small number of independent sector providers of residential homes. At the 11th of April of this year, there were 55 registered children's homes in Northern Ireland. 7, or 12.7%, were run by independent sector providers. Only 2 of the 7 were operated by for-profit providers. So that said, the pressure on statutory sector provision points to the need to work differently to fill placement gaps, and we need to plan for and develop a wider range of accommodation options for children and young people, but I assure the member, private sector would not be top of my list. Deputy Speaker, policy and legislative reform under the programme includes continued implementation of the Adoption and Children Act and the Life Deserved strategy. Care-experienced children and young people are central to ongoing work, reviewing care planning and looked after child review arrangements, and a care pilot aiming to improve the quality and responsiveness of care planning is due to commence this month. These are examples only. The time available doesn't permit me to do justice to the breadth of activity that is being undertaken. We prepared a paper for the Health Committee issued last week, and that gives a better sense of the ongoing work and the progress that is being made. The reform programme and implementation of the review recommendations are now firmly interconnected. Other programmes of work are also relevant, principally work relating to the reform of the social work workforce being led by the Chief Social Worker in the department. The number of social work training places funded by the department has increased from 260 in 2020 to 325 in 2024, and that is the highest number on record. Mr. Speaker, as I begin to run out of time, I do want to touch on a couple of things. I know Mr. Robinson was keen to know about the implementation programme. Now, to do a whole system reform, including the implementation of the review recommendations, will not take months. It will take years, and I say that just to be honest and practical about the timescales that are needed. I would also just repeat some of the recommendations. For example, Sure Start, which one of the members said we should be boosting. That belongs with the Department of Education. The Gillen Review belongs with Justice. So, as I say, it's not just me. And finally, I just want to commend the BBC and Tara Mills for that excellent programme. I Am Not OK, a wonderful piece of journalism that has made a huge impact on my thinking.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call the Deputy Chair of the Committee for Health, Danny Donnelly, to conclude and wind on the debate, and he has up to 10 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all the members for their contributions and to the Minister for his response to the debate. I certainly look forward to continued engagement with the Minister and the Department on taking forward and implementing the recommendations of the Ray Jones report. In winding this debate, I would like to pay tribute to Professor Jones for his invaluable work on the review. He has ensured that this report was centred on the best interests of children, young people and families, and I would like to thank those young people and families who were directly involved in the formulation of the report. My hope is that your work on producing this report and recommendations will result in changes to policy, practice and procedure that will benefit people who are or will be in your position for decades to come. I want to thank the community and voluntary sector for all the work they do in this area. We can very clearly say that without your ongoing work and support to children and families, we would be looking at a complete breakdown in the services provided. I want to ask that you continue to advocate on behalf of children and young people and families in this way. I will now make some comments on what members have said during the debate and what the member has said, or Minister has said. Our Committee Chair Liz Kimmins highlighted that pressures on social care are systemic and endemic, and noted the growing demand for services and the worrying vacancy rates within the service. Committee Member Alan Robinson noted that it was a moral duty to legislate that no children are left behind and families must have access to services. He noted that the pace of reform needs to quicken and asked the Minister for a clear timeline for enacting the recommendations. Committee Member Nuala McAllister noted the high rates of children in care in her constituency in North Belfast and mentioned Shay Taylor, who is an expert by experience. And he cited several issues that he wanted raised, including the government's ignorance in creating a social care system and the lack of funding for youth organisations. She also highlighted that there are many recommendations that could be implemented without much cost and would encourage the Minister to look at those recommendations, and that we must show leadership and work at pace. Colin Crawford mentioned that recommendations are ambitious but are achievable, and that this Assembly must implement the recommendations within the report. Colin McGrath called for a detailed timeline of implementations of the recommendations of the Ray Jones Review and said that we must equip our social care workforce to care for children in care, work with youth leaders and particularly the community and voluntary sector again to get a holistic approach for caring for children in care. Dan Dodds from the committee mentioned that the debate will be meaningless unless we hear of actions from the Minister and mentioned a deficit of 300 foster carers and spoke of locally working with families in need in her constituency. She mentioned the pressures on foster families and poor outcomes for children who are moved between them at times. The lack of respite services again came up and was referenced in the BBC Spotlight programme, I'm Not OK, and I know many members have met with families and the Minister as well. We've highlighted differences across Northern Ireland and across trusts. Sean Mulholland mentioned that the system intervenes too late, waiting until families are in crisis, and that tackling poverty is an essential first step in order to support families. We need a collaborative approach which is necessary to provide support for families in need, and that a consistent support is needed to be able to build relationships with those families. Shan also mentioned that Sure Start should be expanded. I think that was mentioned on an intervention from Linda Dillon as well. And that youth services are necessary to support young people in care, and that we must fund general youth services in order to be able to go upstream and prevent problems from arising. Peter Martin recalled his research on childhood experiences of children in care and said that there is a strong evidential basis that results in better outcomes for children, and that they're more cost effective when we go upstream and provide early intervention. Robbie Butler said that we stand at a great moment of scrutiny for how we treat children in care, and he highlighted very strongly and repeatedly that there were 5 years of lost opportunities when this assembly was shut down, and that children lost out. The Ray Jones report he said that Ray Jones report is a blueprint for transformation, and that collaboration is necessary to deliver transformative change. Cara Hunter also mentioned the importance of having an assembly here functioning in order to deliver the recommendations and the change that is necessary, and the impact of poverty when it comes to educational attainment. She also mentioned the respite services, having met with families herself. Timothy Gaston, as mentioned by the Speaker, spoke on an issue that was unrelated to the motion and was censored several times. Jerry Carroll mentioned that the services are overwhelmed and in complete meltdown. Some social workers are in dispute with the trusts, and he highlighted that talks between the unions and the trusts have broken down, and that there is no specialist services for families with children with complex needs. It's something that has come up again and again. The Minister for Health then addressed us and recognised the need for immediate and sustained action, which is something that obviously all members would be very glad to hear. He mentioned the correlation between deprivation and the need for social care, and acknowledged that childhood poverty rates are rising. The Minister said there is real potential to deliver change that is being sought here, and mentioned several of the recommendations, in particular the arm's length body that was proposed. He highlighted that this requires input from other departments, and the Minister updated us on discussions with other ministers about having a Minister for Children and on an arm's length body, Lead Children's Authority. He also mentioned the former MLA Stephen Agnew as being responsible via a private member's bill previously. The Minister mentioned that he intends to bring a paper to the Executive in a couple of weeks around the provision of an ALB and calling for additional funding in this. He also outlined his work, the work his department is doing to progress reform programmes. Following an intervention with Linda Dillon, he also noted concerns highlighted in the report that the private sector is beginning to infiltrate provision of children's services here in Northern Ireland. Yep, certainly.
Clarify, Deputy Speaker, I said a paper to the Executive in the coming weeks rather than in the next couple.
Thank you for that confirmation, Minister. I hope coming weeks is a short period of time also. Okay. Thank you, Minister. One thing that was very, very clear of all the contributions that were made today is the need for us to go upstream, and the need for important early interventions, something that was noted again and again by many members. In conclusion, there is no denying that a group of people we are talking about today are one of the most vulnerable groups in our society, and we as an Assembly and as an Executive should be judged on how we look after the most vulnerable in our society. We can go over all the reasons in the context outlined in the Ray Jones report, and we can talk about the impact of COVID, we can talk about increasing numbers and the complexity, and we can talk about decreasing budgets. However, we must be honest and say we must do better. The need to stop looking for all the reasons that we can't move forward and start to identify ways to do better and support these families and the children. We do need to make use of the experts in this area, and that is the children and young people and the families that are going through this process. They are the people who know what support they need. They are the ones who know where the gaps in services are. And that is why Professor Jones' report hits the mark. Children, young people and families help to shape this report and the recommendations. They are the experts. That is why we are calling on the Minister to work collaboratively with statutory partners and relevant stakeholders, including the community and voluntary sector and children and young people with lived experience, to deliver improved and sustainable care for vulnerable children and families, to prioritise the welfare and protection of children. The implementation of the recommendations of the report must be co-designed and co-delivered with the community and voluntary sector and with those with lived experience. Children's social care services will remain a key priority over the coming period, and we look forward to engaging directly with young people and families over the coming months to hear first-hand of their experiences and their suggestions on how support can be better provided. The Committee has a programme of regular briefings over the coming session, and the Assembly can be assured that the Committee will hold the Minister and the Department to account on the implementation and delivery of the recommendations in the report. As the Chair outlined in her speech, now is the time for action. Thank you.
And thank you. Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take the reins before we move on to the next item on the order paper.
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion on social care reform. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses its frustration at the lack of progress on transforming the social care system since the Power to People report was published in 2017. Notes that workforce shortages, care home capacity constraints and long delays to access community care packages are leaving too many people without the high quality services they need when they need them. Welcomes the contribution of frontline staff, providers and community and voluntary sector bodies in the work of the Social Care Collaborative Forum, and calls on the Minister of Health to bring forward the key policy development priorities from that collaborative forum without delay, including the Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy 2026, revised care standards for nursing homes, review of the Carers Strategy 2006 and residential care home minimum standards.
Thank you. I call on Nuala McAllister to move the motion. Thank you, Nuala. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
And thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Adult social care is a perfect example of how to relieve pressure on hospitals and secondary care. Investing in domiciliary and community care is an early intervention and prevention mechanism which reduces the need for people to go to A&E, use the ambulance service or stay in hospital beds that they no longer need. However, social care is about more than just easing pressure elsewhere in the healthcare system. Most importantly, it is a vital sector which I'm sure everyone will have interactions with at some point in their life, whether for themselves or a loved one. It gives people independence and ensures that they can live their lives where they want and on their own terms, surrounded by loved ones in the place that they can call home. It is crucial that social care is properly supported and the workforce are valued and for the care that they provide. But unfortunately, adult social care is a perfect example of how slow we can be in Northern Ireland to make progress, something which I have been highlighting as an issue impacting a range of areas across health. I understand that the Power to People report in 2017 led to the Department consulting on reform of adult social care in Northern Ireland, which then led to the creation of the Social Care Collaborative Forum to implement the outcome of the consultation through a number of separate work streams. And the Minister has since confirmed to me and many others through written questions that any specific changes recommended by the Collaborative Forum shall be subject to public consultation. And I want to focus on that for a moment. I, like many others, welcome the fact that consultation is important, and so also is co-production. But the Department of Health will be consulting on an issue that they have already consulted on again and again. Now, don't get me wrong, this collaboration is key, and we need to hear again from people within the sector. But I fear that we now use this as a mechanism of delay rather than positive action. We are stuck in a labyrinth of bureaucracy where change will be never-endingly discussed, while services on the ground continue to deteriorate in the face of growing demand. An ageing and sicker population with COVID and instability in this place has exacerbated. In recent months, many written questions related to social care to the Minister have been answered with reference to the outgoing work of the Collaborative Forum, which is due to continue into the next year. And my frustration is not with the people and organisations involved, because they are doing valuable work, but with the fact that so little progress has been made, and with regards to the recommendations from the consultation. It is disappointing that I am able to say the same thing that I mentioned just moments earlier with regards to the children's social care services, and we have heard it from stakeholders with both children's social care and adult social care. I appreciate, though, that there are annual updates on the work of the Collaborative Forum through the end-of-year reports and delivery plans. However, the reality is that many queries and issues raised around social care reform receive a stock answer of the Forum is looking at this. The key questions remain: when will we reach the point of action? When will service users benefit from outcomes on the ground? I'm sure the Minister will not be surprised to hear me say that while of course I understand the difficult financial constraint within which he and every other Executive Minister are currently facing, I am keen to focus on how the current available budget can be used in a more strategic way, and in this case looking at investing in measures which will have more impact in the long term, workforce, domiciliary care and early discharge, among others. But I'm also keen to highlight that there are currently policy changes which can be made at little to no cost, which would begin to have an impact on the ground in the social care sector. The issue of third-party contributions from family members of those in care homes is one which has been raised by a number of constituents right across Northern Ireland, and I was shocked to discover that the Department's guidance dictating the charging of third-party contributions has not been updated since 2010. In addition, when I submitted questions to the Minister digging deeper into the criteria of this guidance, I was told the proximity to the individual's family, loved ones and support system was not taken into account when deciding which care home accommodation was appropriate. How can a care home be classed appropriate if family members and loved ones live unreasonable distances away, when the individual can no longer rely on their support system in times of need or has to pay extra money to stay close to it? This Assembly has debated the issue of tackling loneliness countless times, yet we're embedding the threat of loneliness in a way in which people, in this way, by placing people in care homes that are far too far away from their loved ones. Yep.
For giving way. Would the member also agree with me that the implementation of top-ups makes it even more difficult for particularly families who maybe aren't in a position to pay those financial fees, but also restricts choice for many people who either don't have that family support or simply their families can't afford?
Absolutely, I agree, and actually I'm sure that the member has also been in touch with constituents who have had responses that, oh, you do have options, but actually in reality, because of the cost, they don't have those options. And so we must get this guidance updated with proximity to be added, something that I'm sure would not require an upfront investment, but we'll look forward to hearing that, but would have a massive impact in ensuring that individuals could feel more secure in the care home accommodation that is provided, while reducing the burden of third-party contributions on family. And it's for this reason that we welcome the amendment from the DUP. The current charging arrangements are highly unfair and inconsistent, and I look forward to seeing urgent progress on the review of this. I also note that the Social Care Collaborative Forum have committed to reviewing, updating and issuing revised care standards for nursing home and residential care home minimum standards by March of next year. I would be keen to receive an update on this work from the Minister and receive a commitment from him that these new minimum standards are on track to be issued, with care homes being notified of the updates by the end of the financial year in line with the commitment in the delivery plan. But as I've said before, this is a plan, it's more plans. We don't need more plans, we need action. We need to see the change. We all know, as it's been debated in this chamber before, that there is no service without a sustainable workforce, with clear opportunities for career progression and fair pay and working conditions. Indeed, this has been made clear in the review of adult social care and the consultations following, while they highlight the crucial role that improved pay and conditions will play in improving recruitment, capacity and quality of service. There are other recommendations to improve the workforce which may not need major funding in order to be progressed, such as improving requirements for induction, support, development and supervision of the workforce, values-based recruitment, and crucially ensuring that the workforce feel valued. Has the collaborative forum made any progress around staff inductions, improving opportunities for staff development, and will that be implemented? I note that the forum has also committed to publishing the finalised social care workforce strategy by December of this year. So can the Minister today give some comfort to the workers in the social care sector who far too often do not receive the recognition that they deserve, that this will be the case? Another recommendation which the report themselves say are crucial to all aspects of the reform and will improve consistency and standardisation of services is around a regional approach to data collection for all social care services to ensure consistency right across the sector. I know that there is a dedicated work stream within the collaborative forum that is also supporting unpaid carers, and the most recent delivery plan commits to recommendations for an expanded carers register being developed by September this year, but we are already in October. So where are these recommendations? There was also a commitment to a complete review of the 2006 CARES strategy. Where are we with that currently? I do commend the work of those in the sector who are participating in the work streams, because they are dedicating the time and resources to doing so, and they're acting in good faith, hoping to see tangible outcomes for the sector and for people on the ground. The Carers NI in particular published their policy document, A New Deal for Unpaid Carers in Northern Ireland, over a year ago. This contains a number of recommendations, and I would look forward to hearing from the Minister with their response. Another aspect in which I would like to touch upon is regarding the Adult Safeguarding Bill. We are all well aware as members of the Health Committee that this is in transit through the Health Department, but we would welcome it coming to the floor of the Assembly as reasonable time as possible, because it is crucial that everyone has confidence and faith in the social care system. I recognise that some of the work that I have alluded to will be cross-departmental, and it is a massive task, and I do not underestimate that. But the first consultation on adult social care reform was consulted upon in 2012, and we are now 12 years later. We need to see action, we need to see progress, and ensure that the adults within the social care system and families who support them get the right help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call on Diane Dodds to move the amendment. Thank you, Diane. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Diane, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose the amendment not to take anything away from the original motion, but to merely add an issue that I have, again, has come to my constituency office, and I'm sure we will have experienced it even maybe in our personal lives as well. And I do thank the proposer of the motion for accepting the amendment and support for it, because I do think it is important. In talking about the motion and the amendment, I want to highlight a number of things. And mainly I want to focus on those delayed discharges from our hospitals, the amendment ensuring that we have appropriate costs for care, and VAT in care homes. Nothing highlights the link between health and social care better than the difficulties with delayed discharges from our hospitals. The obscenity of hundreds of beds being out of use for operations in acute care because people medically fit to remain are remaining in hospital awaiting care packages. Back in the spring, the Minister provided me with figures demonstrating that on the 15th of March, 628 patients across Northern Ireland had a needless stay in hospital. The real figure might actually have been higher, as some of the trusts had only calculated the beds on their largest acute sites. and that was well into the spring when the annual winter surge of respiratory cases may well have subsided. Having more than 600 hospital beds unavailable is the equivalent of keeping one of the doors locked on one of our large acute hospitals and another small one. So that is the equivalent of locking the doors on the Royal Victoria Hospital and saying we can do no more admissions today. This is an issue that really must be tackled. Hospital staff are forced to go to work each morning with one arm tied behind their back, and it ought to be a key objective to free up more capacity and allow the system to operate. The loss of beds impacts back onto all parts of the system, including waiting times, emergency departments, and getting admitted into hospital. It is poor care too for those patients who are being kept on in hospital unnecessarily. Many argue that we don't have enough beds in Northern Ireland in the first place, but we certainly can't afford to lose 600 beds at any one time within the system. Now, I do recognise that there can be difficulties finding replacements for individuals, but this issue needs to be gripped from the centre. It is a straightforward opportunity to transform hospital provision. For anyone looking in from the outside or any other walk of life, it is a simple means of making a fundamental impact on the efficiency of the overall system. The second issue I want to highlight is that of regulation in the care sector. And too often we hear that social care is not sufficiently valued, and it's not helped by how it is funded. And down the years, providers in social care have had little confidence and at times uncertainty around that funding. And the impression has always been that with the financial envelope squeezed, social care is one of the very last areas of the budget that will be considered. And whatever's left at the end of it, that's what will be available. So rather than being able to plan medium and long-term care homes and domiciliary care, for example, they've had to really put up with whatever the department and the trust gives. And none of this assists in making the care sector an attractive one in which to work or seek to build a career. If the government and the powers that be don't value social care, then really why should anyone else? The idea of regulating care costs was raised as far back as Transforming Your Care review led by John Compton when Edwin Poots was the health minister, so a long time ago. On social care, Transforming Your Care stated, the review recognised that the relationship with government, particularly over pricing, can be difficult. Consequently, the review recommends the department undertake a policy review to consider the benefits or otherwise of independent price regulation within the sector. And Proposal 20 of the review specifically recommended overhauling the financial model for procuring independent and statutory care, including exploring the potential for a price regulator. And I mentioned this aspect and I included it in the amendment because I know, and the chair of the committee has alluded to it as well in her intervention, that many of us will have had families who are quite desperate because of the top-ups that are required from part of the independent sector. And it's not a choice for families. Often families just do not have the means to make those top-ups. And we really need to have some aspect of regulating them, particularly when they can go to very extreme amounts very, very quickly. And that is the reason that I included the amendment. Financial stability in the sector would be of immense benefit, and it would also place a value on the caring and the work that those who work in the social care sector do. There also needs to be action to strengthen our domiciliary and social care workforce, making it more attractive by improving working conditions, establishing career pathways, and providing support for staff. Mandatory training, professional development should be introduced with pay progression linked to skills, experience and qualifications. And finally, I wonder if the Minister is able to provide an update on the issue of VAT for care home operators. I had asked a number of Assembly questions, to which I received a response back in June. Northern Ireland care home operators not being able to reclaim VAT to the same extent as their counterparts in other parts of the United Kingdom. Our health and social care trusts are permitted to reclaim VAT on non-business activities under the provisions of the Value Added Tax Act 1994. The Regional Residential and Nursing Home Specification and Contract, however, issued to trusts in 2015, does not permit independent homes to do so. The independent sector registered care homes in Northern Ireland are VAT exempt, but related expenditure is not recoverable. And Work 8 of the Social Care Collaborative Forum has been reviewing the current Regional Residential and Nursing Home Specification and Contract. Speaker, the Minister advised me back in June that the VAT issue was being prioritised for early consideration by the Commissioning and Contracting Work Stream. Can the Minister provide the Assembly with an update on this and whether the issues have been resolved? It is clear in mentioning this aspect that if there is additional money that can stabilise the care home sector, then we should try to help them to avail of that additional money, because we would like to see it being ploughed back into additional provision and care for those who required it. Deputy Speaker, I wish to propose the amendment. I'm glad that the proposer of the motion is agreeable to that, and I recommend it to the House.
Thank you, Diane, and I call Liz Kimmins.
And I too thank both the Alliance Party and the DUP for bringing this motion and the subsequent amendment, and we will be supporting both. Also, it is clear that this is an issue that is critical to ensuring that our health and social care systems continue to function efficiently and effectively, and to deliver a much higher quality of life and better outcomes from people requiring care and their families and carers. And similar to our previous debate, it is clear that the adult social care system also requires significant transformation to properly deliver for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. Additionally, having a fully functioning social care system will also ensure that our hospitals can sustain an efficient patient flow from the front door to the back door, as the previous member has also outlined. And just last Thursday, I, along with some other members of the Health Committee, visited the Ambulance Service Dispatch headquarters, where we heard directly from those people taking calls in the control centre in the ambulance for 999 calls, and also from paramedics working on the ground. And we heard very clearly the very precarious situation that our ambulance service is often in, and the very difficult calls that those staff have to take and keep on the line for significant periods of time while people await ambulances attending to them. And this is coupled with the prolonged waits outside our emergency departments. And what's shocking is that these are often for longer than 24 hours, with patients seeing numerous shift changes as they stay in the ambulance until they're able to be transferred into hospital. And that's often due to an unavailability of beds, which is causing bottlenecks in our EDs. And this can largely be attributed to the inability to source care packages and care home placements to discharge medically fit patients from hospital. And whilst this motion focuses on the need to make urgent progress on the work of the Social Care Collaborative Forum, I think it is important that we emphasise that not only is this impacting on individuals requiring care and their families and carers, but the knock-on impact on others in need of urgent and unscheduled care is huge, as well as the additional pressure and distress for many of our staff, both in hospitals and in the ambulance service, who often feel powerless, I think I should add, because as they wait to get patients into hospital, and that is often for a very long time. And the failure of our system to deliver accessible, reliable and quality care for individuals and to support their carers and families cannot be allowed to continue. And we need to see the change needed implemented at pace to avoid the further deepening of the crisis unfolding before us. And as someone who's previously worked in the field of adult social care, I have never seen the scale of the challenges that we are seeing now, with families waiting months to secure what would have been previously seen as a basic care package. And this is simply not acceptable, and we shouldn't normalise this, particularly as the onus then falls to unpaid carers who are already giving everything to deliver care for their loved ones. And there are a number of things that need to be addressed if we are to see the reform that is needed. But critical to this, first and foremost, is workforce. And I do welcome the ongoing work of the Social Care Collaborative Forum in conjunction with other stakeholders, for example, the Northern Ireland Social Care Council and others, to make the caring profession more attractive, but also placing appropriate value on carers as key people in our social care system, and one which will also allow career progression and the development of skills. So I do look forward to hearing further information on the progress on workforce planning around this from the Minister, hopefully in his remarks today. Last Concordia, I appreciate the huge challenges before the Minister and his department. I don't think anyone here underestimates that, but I do think if we are serious about transforming our health service, a fit-for-purpose, high-quality social care system is key to all of this.
Thank you, Liz. And I call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today's motion addresses an urgent matter that affects the lives of countless individuals and families across the north, the transformation of our healthcare, our social care system. It is a topic that has been discussed extensively, yet we find ourselves expressing frustration at the lack of meaningful progress since the publication of the Power to People report in 2017. This report was meant to be a catalyst for change, a beacon of hope for those on social care services, but nearly 6 years later we're still waiting on the actions that are so desperately needed. The reality is stark. Workforce shortages, care home capacity constraints, the long delays in assessing community care packages are leaving too many people without the high quality services they require when they need them most, and this is unacceptable. Our social care system is meant to provide support, dignity, care to those who are the most vulnerable, yet it is falling short. We must ask ourselves how many more families must struggle before we'll take decisive action. I want to take a moment as well to recognise the incredible contribution of our frontline staff, providers and community and voluntary sector bodies. These individuals and organisations work tirelessly, often under challenging circumstances, to deliver care and support to those that are in need. They really are the backbone of our social care system. However, as admirable as their efforts are, we must acknowledge that they cannot compensate for a system that is in crisis. And that is why the work of the Social Care Collaborative Forum is so vital. This forum has brought together key stakeholders to identify the challenges we face and to develop solutions that can lead us towards a better social care system. We are grateful for their contributions and insights, but we cannot afford to let this work sit on a shelf. We need action, and we do need to see that action now. And to that end, I would call on the Minister of Health to bring forward the key policy development priorities from the Collaborative Forum without delay. This includes the Health and Social Care Workforce Strategy 2026, which is essential for addressing the workforce shortages that are crippling our services. As with all sections of our health service, we cannot provide quality care without a well-supported and adequate staffed front workforce. It's time that we prioritise the recruitment, retention and training of our social care professionals. While the department tells us that there's a vacancy rate within social work of 5.4%, the British Association of Social Workers has been informed of current vacancy rates in family intervention teams of 30 to 35% and vacancy rates exceeding 40% in looked after children's services. And if we want to go into specifics, then the Department do need to accept the reality that the Adult Protection Bill goes ahead in this mandate alongside the rollout of MDTs and the Adoption and Children's Act. And to that extent, the much needed learning disability framework, then we're going to need hundreds of new social workers in place. And I would ask the Minister, where are they going to come from and how are we going to keep them? And also, this entire system will need money. And again, broken record, but it's not lost that we have an executive party bringing forward a motion amended by another executive party, asking another executive minister from an executive party to do something. It does feel like sometimes these conversations just go round and round in circles and people just talking to themselves, because yous are the executive. So if you want to prioritise it, and let's stop talking about it. Additionally, we must revise the care standards for nursing homes. Our elderly and vulnerable populations deserve to live in environments that meet their needs and ensure their dignity. The current standards must reflect the realities of modern care and the expectations of the families who entrust their loved ones to these facilities. And furthermore, a review of the care strategy from 2006 is also long overdue. Our carers are the unsung heroes of our social care system, often providing essential support without the recognition or resources that they deserve. We must ensure that they have access to the support, training and respite that they need to be able to continue their vital work. Deputy Speaker, the time for talk is over. The people of the North are counting on us to act. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today. So I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly suspend until 2 p.m. and this debate will continue after question time and urgent oral questions when the first member to be called will be Diana Armstrong. So the sit-in is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
For the economy, and I call on Stephen Dunn.
Mr. Speaker, question 1.
Minister, I have engaged with the Minister for Infrastructure. He is committed to working with the Executive colleagues to ensure an appropriate investment is made. I am acutely aware of the constraints that infrastructure imposes on our economic resilience and capacity for growth. The reality is this is a symptom of systematic underfunding to the block grant over the past decade that the Executive now has to address. Despite these pressures, this year the Minister for Infrastructure has allocated 40% of his department's total budget, almost £500 million, to NI Water. Senior staff from Invest NI have had regular engagement with NI Water to understand the challenges and to see how strategic investments can be aligned to benefit the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. And given that the outdated and at capacity sewage network is currently stalling construction of new homes, businesses and public buildings in 23 towns right across Northern Ireland, and the impact this is having currently and in the future. What action will the Minister take to address these challenges, particularly with the pressures on housing? And does he fully recognise the scale of this issue, and is he prepared to take action, not just words? Minister.
Yeah, I think that everyone in the executive is conscious of this, and I've heard a number of executive ministers say that it's the one thing in terms of allocation of capital that we're all supportive of, because we recognise for all of our plans that if we don't have the waste water infrastructure and the proper facilities to allow development, then all of the executive's plans will run into difficulty, certainly in terms of any capital bills associated with them. So yes, we do support that. Obviously the Finance Minister is leading the charge in terms of more finances to try and address that legacy of a decade of underinvestment, and we, as I say, myself and other executive ministers will be fully supportive of getting this issue addressed, because we know that has a potential to upend plans from right across every department in that regard.
Well, and could I thank the Minister for his answers so far, but could I ask the Minister, are Invest NI engaging with NI Water to ensure investments aren't impacted by water sewage issues?
Minister. Yes, they are. The two organisations are engaged at that strategic level to make sure we understand where Invest NI's development priorities are, and that the Northern Ireland Water, in terms of their capital programmes, understand where the prioritisation from within the economy is. So it's important that the two organisations are talking together. I'm sure he, like I, are aware from constituency level and various lands and business parks that the Invest might own, that we need to ensure that if people are ready and willing to make investments, that the necessary infrastructure is there to support that. So in terms of growing our economy, it's important firstly that we have resources for NI Water, but also that there is an alignment and the understanding between the organisations developing the economy with the infrastructure.
Alan Chambers.
Sir, production tonnage of commercially farmed mussels in Belfast Loch has been falling over recent years due to wastewater pollution in the loch, reducing the areas in which it's safe to farm. Does the Minister have any concerns about the impact this pollution may be having on the future viability of this currently economically successful enterprise?
Minister. Yes, well, anything which is benefiting the economy and the growth of the economy, if that is impacted in any way, of course I would be concerned. The resolution of such concerns obviously lie with either DERA or Department of Infrastructure, and I would advise him to take those concerns with them. But from an economic perspective, we want to see all of our industries continue to grow. We want to make sure that there are no barriers or no obstacles put in the way of that, and I would share his concerns if there is potential damage being done to one of our industries.
Mark Durkin.
Speaker, I
thank the Minister for his answers so far.
Dairy water infrastructure is a key challenge facing the expansion of McGee, as referenced in the report from Stephen Kelly and the McGee Task Force. Has this specifically been raised in the Minister's conversations with his counterpart in the Department for Infrastructure?
Sir. Yeah, well, I think the Infrastructure Minister, as all executive ministers are aware, in the general sense that all significant projects that we're very committed to, we need to ensure that there's sufficient water and sewage infrastructure to allow those to go ahead. I know that Department for Infrastructure officials will be with the task force in the very near future in a meeting, so the specific issues in relation to the expansion of McGee can be put directly to them.
Maurice Bradley.
Here, question 2.
Tourism NI, on behalf of my department, is committed to working with key partners to deliver even more benefits from the Open in 2025 than those generated in 2019. The previous event brought more than £100 million of combined economic and media benefit for the North, delivering huge global broadcast reach and PR coverage. Tourism NI is working closely with Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council, both of whom are on various multi-agency planning groups. The local business and community group, chaired by the Council, is working with the RNA and its suppliers on opportunities for jobs, training and volunteering for the local community, as well as overall supply chain benefits. Work with partners is underway to deliver a local and international promotional campaign.
Mr Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer.
Minister, the whole reason behind the question was a huge spin-off, as you've already alluded to, from the competition in 2019. However, Portrush itself was described as a ghost town. There was very, very little footfall into the peninsula itself, and therefore the business traders lost out in the overall economic benefit for the competition.
Mr. Well, I think that's why some of the work in terms of engaging with supply chains, because I mean that not just boosts the businesses in the town, but it boosts the local economy and obviously prosperity there, which will have the longer effects, because if it's people who live in the area are benefiting from these tournaments and they supplying into them and working with them, then of course that prosperity is reflected in the footfall in local towns and shops. But Tourism NI and Tourism Ireland, part of the focus that we have is in trying to extend the season, so it's not simply linked around seaside towns around the summer season. And obviously tournaments like the Open bring a very significant additional boost to whatever summer season activity there might be on the North Coast. But part of our objective is to try and stretch that season longer so that we don't get the ghost town effect over the course of the winter and we get more business, more investment in businesses, therefore more attraction for people going over the winter months.
Philip McGuigan. Tourism and hospitality is obviously a very key sector for Causeway Coast and Glens Council area, and every year would receive numerous visitors from overseas. Can I ask the Minister what he's doing to address the threat to tourism to the Causeway Coast and Glens and right across the north posed by the introduction of the British Government's ETA scheme?
Yes, well, I had written to the Minister responsible in the last government in Britain. I've consistently made my concerns clear in relation to this. I think this is, I concur with the view of the sector and the industry that this is potentially very damaging to us going forward. So I did write to the previous minister in the last administration in London. After the change of government, wrote again to the new Minister for Immigration and Citizenship, Seema Malhotra, seeking an urgent meeting on this matter, and I'm pleased to say that she responded to me last week and has agreed to meet me when I am in London next month, and I intend to raise that matter directly with her.
Sean Mulholland.
And thank you, Minister. Can you give us your assessment of the impact that short-term lets and the likes of unregulated holiday homes and Airbnbs will have on tourism, particularly in the North Coast where we are having such a difficulty with our housing crisis?
Well, there is Tourism NI has a responsibility for certification of a range of tourism properties and potential overnight stay properties. But beyond that, then there's a proliferation in relation to things like Airbnb and other kind of more casual stay places. And I know that is impacting, because it's an issue that's been raised with us in terms of availability of homes for people in areas like the North Coast. So Tourism NI are currently, with the Department, looking at the legislation that governs how they approach this issue to see can that be reviewed and expanded to go into other areas in relation to having some impact on at present there's no ability to cap any provision in any sector. So that is an issue that we intend to look at. It's one which has increasingly been raised with us in terms of not just the potential impact on other tourism providers, but the potential impact on home availability. And so I think it's something that we will want to look at in the time ahead.
Colin Crawford.
Minister for his answers thus far. Just following on from Mr Bradley's question, can I ask the Minister what engagement he has had with executive colleagues to support local businesses to ensure maximum trading opportunities during the Open competition?
Sir. Well, alongside the Minister for Finance, we met up in Royal Portrush Golf Club with the people who were the chamber, the local chamber there, and got a briefing in relation to the tournament itself and how that's been organised and all of the spin-off that is hoped to be achieved from that. And of course, our agencies are fully engaged in ensuring that that is as beneficial as can possibly be, not just in terms of the coverage that it gets and not just in terms of visitors that it attracts, but in terms of the spin-off into the local community, in terms of supply chain and other opportunities that there may be there. So we will continue to engage in that. I know all of the executive are excited about the prospect of the Open coming here next year. I'm sure the First and Deputy First Minister will be involved in promoting that to make sure it's the best possible tournament. But I'm very happy to work with all executive colleagues to make sure we get maximum benefit out of it.
Minister, as well as working with Causeway Coast and Glens, I would encourage you to also work with Mid and East Antrim Borough Council to promote and highlight the two of our great assets that we have on the North Coast, our World Heritage Sites, namely the Giant's Causeway and the new Murrayvane settlement at Grace Hill. As part of this promotional package you've talked about for the Royal Portrush, can you assure me that both of them World Heritage Sites will be included in that marketing campaign?
Minister.
Well, the entire North will be covered in the marketing campaign for it, because this tournament just doesn't, the visitors that come here don't just come for 3-4 days to the North Coast. They will come right across the region, and there will be a very significant marketing effort to ensure, firstly, that people do come here and do stay and do enjoy it and do spend money and do spend longer than perhaps the course of the tournament itself, but also that the promotional activity, and if he did watch coverage of the Irish Open in County Down last month, he would see that the promotional material then shot in the breaks from the actual golf itself were highlighting all of our tourist attractions and all of our landscapes right across the north and across the island generally. So there will be a significant push to make sure that we maximise the benefit right across the board from this.
Matthew Drill.
Golf events can be a driver of tourism, pun intended. I'm here all week. But Minister, can I ask, in relation to the extension of the two tourism brands, Ireland's Ancient East and the Wild Atlantic Way, which covers both where Royal Portrush is and where Royal County Down is. Last month I was at the Irish Open and I saw some Ireland's Ancient East branding. Your department's target, according to the business plan, is January 2025 to extend them. Is that on target, and when are we going to see it rolled out more widely?
Yes, well, we're currently in dialogue. As I said, we set up a working group between the three tourism agencies, Fáilte, Tourism Northern Ireland and Tourism Ireland, and both departments to work through these issues, and we are making progress there. In some of the branding it might be quicker than others, but as you will be aware, there already is a funded, through the Shared Island Fund, a scheme in relation to the Fáilte brand and how it links in with the North Coast. I think it's about €9 million has been spent there supporting people to engage with that. So yes, it's something we're very focused on, and we hope, I will be meeting Minister Martin in the North-South sector next month, and we hope to, there already has been a meeting of that group dealing with it, the interagency group, and we hope to make progress in that in the near future.
Minister.
The Digital Skills Action Plan seeks to develop alternative pathways into the digital sector via upskilling and reskilling. These courses are delivered through the universities and sub-regional network of colleges with a focus on online provision. Enabling online delivery is particularly beneficial for people in rural areas. Project Stratum is improving broadband services for over 80,000 premises previously unable to access services of 30 megabits per second. 97% of these premises are in the open countryside or in settlements with populations of less than 1,000 people. Project Gigabit will address premises that are unable to access gigabit-capable broadband and that are not part of the supplier's commercial plans.
Minister, as you know, Mid-Ulster is a manufacturing hub, well established by now, so particularly vulnerable to automation. So the digital skills are particularly important to develop here. But what specific plans would your department have in regard to, for the industry, on digital skills? But especially so, what plans have your department got in a wider area to maximise and optimise the best uses of AI?
Minister. Well, we are engaging with that. I spoke at a conference last week in relation to AI to make sure that that is part of our plan going forward. There's a significant debate around the use of AI. Some people see it as a threat, other people see it as an advantage. It is, in effect, a tool that can be used, and it can be used in a beneficial way if it is used properly. So we do need to engage with that. We firstly, the purpose of the Project Stratum and Project Gigabit was to make sure that people are connected, so they have the ability to actually access online services and online content, and then to make sure that we develop courses and skilling opportunities in such a way as that people can access those. And that's why this is spread right across our regional network of colleges and courses delivered online as well, to make sure that's available to them. But yes, we're increasingly getting into the use of AI and determining how that will be used. It will be, in the not too distant future, I intend to bring a paper to the Executive to have a discussion about how the Executive as a whole engages with the whole area of AI, to make sure that we have policy in that regard, but make sure that we have a clear understanding of what possible benefits it can bring, what use it can be in terms of our own public sector services that we deliver, but also in terms of the growth of the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I'm conscious that in terms of delivering the digital skills pipeline, lifelong learning is going to be really important. And I'm curious as to what plans the Minister has to address the cultural perception that learning stops when you enter the workplace, because this is going to be so important. So what plans you have and any programmes you'll have to enhance that?
Sir. Well, the plan for digital skills does focus on lifelong learning as well as access into this area. So it is about reskilling and upskilling, as well as that. The £12 million that we set aside at the start of the summer for skills, again, has a focus on lifelong learning. That is going to be critical, because having a fairly high level of employment in order to try and continue to grow our businesses and grow our economy, we need to be able to access people who are currently not economically active, but also to upskill people who are already in work, and to create courses. And that's why a lot of these courses have been created in mind, particularly in our small and medium enterprise economy, where it's difficult to release people out of small companies, to make sure that these things are online, they're accessible for women who are maybe returning from caring duties, and then is as much a focus on reskilling as bringing people in at entry level into these areas of work.
On the Murphy.
Minister, can you detail where exactly the digital skills courses will be rolled out and delivered?
Well, as I said, it will be a mixture of online and largely focused through the regional colleges. So South West will be engaged in this. All our regional colleges. We have an excellent network of campuses right across the north, and that estate has actually been added to. I had the opportunity to go to Coleraine to the new opening last week. So it's a very effective way of delivering these courses, to make sure they get right into local communities, to make sure that people in rural communities can benefit from them. And so I would advise people from your own constituency certainly to engage with South West College and make sure that they're aware of what is available. And as I say, the intent is to do a lot of this online, so people can, the issues of travel, the issues of childcare and other issues which traditionally reduce the opportunities for people to engage in these, hopefully will be mitigated against.
Leanne Dodds.
Question number 4.
Minister.
The apprenticeship levy has been imposed by the British Government on both our public sector and private sector. The Independent Fiscal Commission concluded that there is a strong case for devolving the levy, not least because it complements the Executive's responsibility for economic development and skills. So I will be considering the implications of the new growth and skills levy, which the British Government recently announced will replace the apprenticeship levy. Having done that, and as necessary, I will liaise with my colleague, the Finance Minister, who is responsible for leading on fiscal matters with the British Government.
Ms Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the apprenticeship levy, has caused significant consternation for businesses who feel that they contribute a lot but get nothing back. Could the Minister tell the House how much money is involved in this, and whether or not doing this locally but ring-fencing money for skills would be of benefit to the economy?
Minister.
The latest figures show that approximately £73 million was raised by businesses here. The difficulty for us is that is not set back in a ring-fenced manner. It comes as part of the block grant. So I would gladly welcome £73 million coming into the department to put towards apprenticeships and skills, but that would be obviously then a debate for the Executive as a whole, because I'd be taking it off other critical public services to do that. So, and I get the frustration of business input when they don't see the value of that output back into them. Of course, we are investing ourselves about, I think, £30 million in apprenticeship training annually, but still, in terms of the investment, it's a consistent theme from businesses that I meet, and I'm sure the member herself meets, that they don't see the value in this. So I am interested to see what changes the current government might make in relation to that, and of course we will be making representations like that to them to say that we need to see the benefit back to us.
Annie Baker.
Thank you for the Minister for his answer so far. How many apprentices are currently being funded by the department?
As I said, there are there's a department invested about £30 million in apprenticeships. That's from level 2 apprentices leaving school at 16 to those taking up a higher level of apprenticeship. Then, in terms of numbers, I think we have over 13,000 people undertaking an employment and learning through our apprenticeship programmes.
Jerry Kelly.
The whole question 5.
I met with the Social Enterprise Co-Design Group recently to receive an update on their progress. The group's initial focus is in strengthening the commercial base of social enterprises. Early recommendations include appointing champions within Invest NI, Intertrade Ireland and local councils, building a stronger leadership skills for social entrepreneurs and their board members, and better use of procurement frameworks. The initial plan has been finalised and I hope to publish it within the coming weeks.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank the Minister for that honest answer.
How will the work of the co-design group progress the recommendations in the independent report on community wealth building?
Minister.
The independent report on community wealth building recommended a strategy for the sector. This action plan will tackle the strategic issues facing the sector. By taking a more flexible approach, there will be a quicker impact on the ground for the sector as they seek to grow and expand sustainable social businesses in the north.
Philip Brett.
Minister, in your 3-year action plan for your department, you had indicated that in September of this year your department would be launching the Social Enterprise Action Plan and 3-year work plan. Could I have an update as to where that currently is, as we're now in October?
Well, as I say, we have the co-design group has been working on that. One of the first initiatives I took, as he will remember, when I came into office, was to up the funding to social enterprise and to give them a higher profile in terms of their contribution to the economy. We are developing an action plan. The Social Enterprise Co-Design Group is working on that. I have met them in recent times to hear from them. I expect to have that delivered to me very soon, and I will obviously share that with the committee and publish it in due course.
Minister, social enterprises and the broader social economic community have an important role to play in regenerating our communities, particularly building up social capital. Minister, can you provide information to the House on the update of your review of the scoring of social value policy?
Minister.
Well, as the member will know, it was something I introduced when I was Minister for Finance, and it currently sits at 10%, with the intent in due course to move that to 20%. I understand from conversations with the current Minister for Finance that she's looking very closely at that. We obviously want to ensure that the sector itself is ready to be able to engage with that increase in business opportunities for it. So things like the Social Enterprise Co-Design Group are looking at strengthening the commercial side of social enterprises, strengthening the boards and leadership there so that we have it in a much fitter place to engage with the opportunities that will arise from a higher level of social value and procurement. So I'm sure the Minister for Finance will be able to give him some time frame in relation to that, but I know that she is looking at it very seriously.
Declan McAleer.
Mr. Versailles, question 6 to the Hall.
Sir.
Regional balance is a commitment in the draft programme for government. In line with this commitment, last week I announced a new approach to the regional economic development, Invest NI. Invest NI subsequently launched its business strategy for consultation. In this strategy, the new regional operating model is prioritised. It includes a commitment to increasing the headcount of regional offices by an initial 40%. The business strategy also commits Invest NI to delivering 65% of investments outside of the Belfast metropolitan area by the end of the 3-year period. And this is the first time Invest NI has set corporate regional targets. My department and Invest NI are firmly committed to delivering greater regional economic balance.
Mr. McAleer.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, in reference to your local partnerships, will local enterprise agencies be involved in these partnerships?
Mr.
Well, the intent, we haven't been very specific other than saying the councils, and we will work through the detail of this in the time ahead, other than saying the councils it has to be a genuine partnership. So this isn't just money to supplement what councils already had intended to spend. But what we would anticipate and expect is that people who have an economic input in local areas would be part of that. The enterprise agencies have played obviously a very critical role in start-ups and in business growth throughout the areas that they're based in, and so I would be very surprised if they don't form part of those local economic partnerships.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister announced the really welcome regional panel's direction, announced that it will require recruitment of additional specialist staff. Setting those new staff aside, what further work will now be undertaken to ensure that Invest NI start doing things differently and deliver more efficient service in line with the Alliance review?
Well, part of this work that's been developed now as a consequence of the Lions report into Invest NI, which found that it was much too Belfast-centric. It needed a stronger regional presence. It needed a more dynamic regional presence. So the critical point in that is Invest NI, the personnel it has in its office and what those personnel will do. And that's the discussion that we've been having. Invest NI presented its own business plan on the heels of my announcement in terms of our regional development plan, and so we expect a very significant and a targeted growth in terms of activity across those regional offices, a very specific engagement of their staff with council staff, so where there is perhaps in some council areas not the same level of economic development capacity in council staff, that Invest NI act to support and mentor that, to bring up that level of economic activity and economic skills in terms of council staff themselves, but also to work very directly with the local economic partnerships to make sure that they are as adept as they can be in terms of advancing and articulating their own economic needs and making sure that those are delivered on in the time ahead.
Moving to question 7, Sinead McLaughlin.
Moved.
Sir.
The interim report emphasises the need for a coordinated cross-government approach to achieve the expansion of McGee. It identifies for various departments and it identifies asks for various departments, and I have written to my executive colleagues to secure their commitment to achieving these. Progress is being made on the asks. For example, I recently announced my intention to provide access to tuition-free loans to graduate entry medical school students here in collaboration with the Department for Health. Officials are currently finalising their membership and terms of reference for the cross-departmental group, building on the ongoing engagement with departments. Department of Health are already a member of the task force, for instance, and infrastructure officials will be presenting to the task force this week. The task force are on course to produce the final action plans by the end of the year.
Ms McLaughlin.
Minister, thank you for that answer. Will the Oversight Group publish regular updates on the progress, and if there are any barriers or blockages, will they be brought directly into the Executive so that we can overcome any issues quite quickly?
Well, as the member knows, the commitment to 10,000 students at McGee is now part of the programme for government, and therefore that means it's a whole executive commitment. So it is my intention, as I said, to raise with executive colleagues the report and what asks are contained within that, and to ask that they engage with that. A lot of, as I said, departmental officials are already engaging there, and that has been very productive so far. So, of course, if there are issues that arise which present obstacles or barriers, we will want to address those as quickly as possible, and I will look, if that needs be, to my executive colleagues to support us in doing that.
Padraig Delargy.
His answers so far. Minister, how much funding has been committed to the McGee expansion so far?
To date, £152 million has been committed to the McGee expansion. That includes £38 million from the Shared Island Fund for a new teaching block, as well as investments from City Deals and the Inclusive Future Fund and University of Ulster University's own reserves. Additionally, in 2024-25 budget for my department included £4 million in resource funding and £14.7 million in capital funding for McGee's expansion. These funds are being used to support additional student places, enhance the physical environment, carry out communications and marketing activities, and acquire land and buildings.
Shall we move to topical questions? I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, last week you said two things that have since had to be corrected. First, you said that Sinn Féin could not share any information about the reason Michael McMonagle's suspension from Sinn Féin with the British Heart Foundation because it would have prejudiced a police investigation. The Chief Constable corrected that. Then you implied that the British Heart Foundation should have done better due diligence on Mr McMonagle's appointment. It is now clear that they acted entirely
appropriately and proper, and it was your party that failed in its process. Can I offer you the opportunity to correct the record and to apologise?
Well, firstly, had you listened to the interview in full, you would have heard that I had said on a number of occasions that we had no information as to Mr McMonagle's whereabouts beyond the time we suspended him. So I was not, in fact, in a position to advise the British Heart Foundation in relation to his employment, because we were not aware that he worked for them. Our party leadership was not aware that he worked for them at that time. I also went on to offer an opinion in relation to if someone had information, what the process might be and what the jeopardies might be in terms of that. I'm very happy to accept the Chief Constable's view in relation to that. And I absolutely concur with the, in terms of the due diligence issue. I accept absolutely that I had not all of the information and therefore I shouldn't have commented in relation to that. I'm very happy to share in the apology that the First Minister made and that was offered by my party president yesterday.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. At every point along this journey, it's been a safeguarding issue. There are innocent children and victims at the heart of this matter. Would you be happy to engage in a wider inquiry into the multiple aspects of the failure of due process and due diligence?
Minister. Well, we certainly will be doing a conduct into the processes that were applied, doing an inquiry ourselves and seeking outside assistance in relation to that. I have to say this isn't unique to us. Your own party had issues with a councillor in South Down, which brought you into conflict with the Rape Crisis Centre when you refused to suspend him even after he'd been charged. So all of us have had lessons to learn over the years on how we deal with these things, and all of us need to improve in how we deal with these things. We are no different from any other party in that regard, and of course we will look at the lessons in relation to this. We will seek professional advice to make sure that our processes are as robust and safe as they can be. Safeguarding is our primary concern, and we need to make sure the processes reflect that.
Declan Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's a high level of expectation, Minister, within the Irish Congress of Trade Unions and other social partners with regard to your employment bill, which is out for consultation at this point in time. Can you provide the House with an update on that particular consultation at the moment?
Minister. Yes, the consultation closed, as you might be aware, on the 30th of last month. We have had 192 responses to the consultation, was quite significant. We did, as I'm sure he is aware, did a lot of pre-consultation. We did consultation during the consultation process, and we will continue with the dialogue with those organisations, particularly with business organisations and in particular with the trade unions themselves. And those have been very productive conversations, and where we have managed on many occasions now to get trade unions into the room with business organisations. Those as well have been very productive conversations, because it leads to a much greater understanding between the balance of protecting workers' rights and the needs of businesses at times in relation to that. So we are obviously going to assess the responses to the consultation, and we will begin the drafting of the legislative process next year, with the intent very clearly of bringing this bill through the Assembly processes before the mandate is out.
Mr. Kearney.
Thank the Minister for that answer.
Can I commend you, first of all, Minister, on the depth of your commitment to the engagement with the Irish Congress of Trade Unions and with other social partners, and your commitment to social dialogue, which is a very critical model for how we can move forward the development of economic policy in this region. But can I also ask you for an assurance that beyond the consultation and the bringing forward of the bill, that you will continue to refine that engagement with the Congress of Trade Unions and other partners going forward?
Minister.
I've made a kind of commitment in previous ministerial posts, and certainly in this, that co-design is the best way to develop policy. And co-design in terms of employment rights with the trade unions, with the business organisations, and in any of the areas that we're trying to develop and grow the economy. And that's why we've set a co-design group in relation to social enterprise, and we have working groups in relation to tourism and other matters, that those engagements actually reflect the best. That policy is strongest when you actually go and engage with people at the cold face at the receiving end of that policy. And so I am absolutely committed to that. I value very much the input that Irish Congress of Trade Unions have made in that, and a range of other areas that our department are dealing with, and I look forward to continued engagement with them.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware that the development of a careers portal for Northern Ireland has been in the mix for close on a decade now. Can the Minister confirm when the careers portal will be delivered?
The tourism strategy, I presume he's referring to. Careers portal. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I picked you up wrong. Yes, the development of careers advice and consistent careers advice is something both myself and the Minister for Education agreed, I think, at the first executive meeting that we had when the Assembly was restored. And we've been working together and continue to work together, and we're making very substantial progress in relation to that. So we want to ensure that careers advice is consistent, is delivered uniformly to every child, and that ensures that every school gets access to that. And that has not been the case, and it isn't the case at this time. And we want to make sure that advice is up to date, as up to date as it can be in a very fast-moving technological world, but that advice is up to date. Part of that will be a careers portal, so that parents can access the same information as themselves, rather than just whatever is delivered through the schools. And so we've been working very diligently in relation to that. I would hope that in the not too distant future that we have some announcements to make in relation to that.
Mr Matheson.
Thank the Minister for that update, and I'm sorry if my question wasn't delivered clearly in the first instance. Can the Minister provide any information on what engagement he has had with businesses in Northern Ireland around the development of the careers portal to ensure that it is fit for purpose when developed?
Yes, we have a Careers Advisory Council as well, so all of these matters are interlinked, and there are business and business organisations and people with very senior business experience involved in that. And the ongoing contact between ourselves and business and trade unions and others in relation to careers is critical, because, as I say, we have a very fast-moving technological economy. That's a growing sector that we have. Our strongest reputation is in our skills. When we talk to people internationally about the potential of investing here, skills is the #1 factor for people. So we need to make sure that we're working collaboratively with businesses, with the colleges, the universities, other training providers, to make sure that we're as up to date as we can, we're as flexible as we can be in terms of what particular skills might be required at any given time. And that's why we continue to operate things like skills academies and other bespoke skills training support for specific needs. Things like manufacturing in Mid-Ulster, fintech in areas of Belfast. So we continue to work on that, but the dialogue with business is critical, because that makes sure we're clear about what kind of careers pipeline is needed in order to grow the economy in those businesses which are already well placed to deliver that.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, Minister, in a recent BBC interview you claimed that to have notified the British Heart Foundation of the PSNI investigation of Michael McMonigal would have prejudiced that investigation. The PSNI Chief Constable has made this very clear that this was false. As Minister with responsibility for employment law, do you now accept that your comments were completely wrong?
Well, as I said in the previous response, if you had listened to the full interview, you would have understood I made it clear I had no information in relation to Mr McMonigal. I went on then to have a theoretical discussion with the journalist about what our responsibility of an employing organisation would be in those circumstances. I accept the Chief Constable's take in relation to that. I'm very happy to bow to his greater knowledge of the law on these matters than me, and I'm very content with that.
Mr
Speaker, what due diligence did you carry out as Economy Minister before making these inaccurate comments, and will you now correct the public record and clearly apologise?
Well, as I said, I have offered an opinion in relation to that. That opinion has been corrected by the Chief Constable in terms of his view on these matters, that if someone did have information which was very clear that I didn't, nor did my party leadership, then it wouldn't be inappropriate to pass it on to a subsequent potential employer. I'm very happy for that to be corrected. If that is the view of the Chief Constable, I'm very happy to accept that.
Cathy Mason.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on the Downpatrick flood support scheme?
The total amount allocated to the Department for the Economy, for flood support has been £9.7 million. This includes £1.1 million for the £7,500 flood support scheme, and up to £8.6 million to cover costs associated with the enhanced flood support scheme, business hardship schemes, as well as reimbursement of council clean-up costs. As the councils are still administering the schemes, it is not possible to provide an accurate estimate for the projected underspend.
Mrs Mason.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, businesses in Downpatrick have really welcomed this scheme as a lifeline to try and get them back on their feet. However, as you'll know, many of them are still struggling. There are also a number of sports clubs in the areas that have been impacted, and they have received no support at all. Can you provide any detail on plans for any surplus finances and whether this can go towards further supporting businesses and sporting organisations in Downpatrick?
Well, the Council, Uri Moreton Down District Council, intend to write shortly to me to set out how they believe any underspend could be utilised. And based on discussion with council officials, it's anticipated they will suggest the money will be reallocated elsewhere. For example, some reallocated to the Department for Infrastructure to administer a flood mitigation scheme. But we're very happy to receive those propositions, look at areas that perhaps haven't received support, and try and ensure that the entirety of that money is spent on flood mitigation and flood support in that area.
Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, Minister, you'll be aware of the appointment by the University of Ulster recently there of Stephen Farry and Jodie Carson. Are you content with the process?
Well, the university is an autonomous body when it comes to its own appointments and its own recruitment. And I have had this question sent to me in written form, in which that response has been delivered to people. That is their responsibility. I saw in a public statement somewhere how they outlined that the appointment process for this, the two posts I think that they created for Mr Farry and another person, but they have a responsibility for that. It's not a responsibility for the department. They have autonomy in relation to how they do appointments.
Mr Buchanan.
Thank you for your answer so far. Minister, you obviously hold the responsibility for both higher education and employment rights. So in a recent communication with the Electoral Commission, they refer to equal opportunity, is the equality of opportunity. Was there equality of opportunity in that process? And will you commit to having your officials do an investigation and report back to this House on their findings?
Well, as I say, the university has its own autonomy. It may be well the case that your colleague beside you in the committee invite them up to have a discussion in relation to this. I believe, in terms of the powers that they have, in terms of their own recruitment processes, that the department isn't involved in that. I'm very happy to ask questions and seek information for the university, but as I say, they're responsible for their own recruitment processes. They have outlined how they've done that in accordance with the rules and regulations that cover them. I saw they've provided a public response in relation to that, but if others wish to interrogate that further, then that's certainly a matter of themselves.
Deborah Erskine.
In your interview with the BBC, you said that you had no contact with Mr McMonigle afterwards, and you did not know what he was doing or anything more about him. Once again, Minister, this is incorrect, given that Sinn Féin's head of HR was notified. Was due diligence carried out internally by your party in party communication or with the British Heart Foundation? And you have said that you do apologise, but will you apologise directly to the British Heart Foundation, who have been slurred by you in recent media commentary?
Minister.
Well, firstly, I have not been slurred by me, but secondly, there was a person who was informed, and we only learnt that last Thursday. So the party leadership who were responsible for the dealing with Mr McMonigle were not aware of what his movements or what his engagements or what his employment was after he was suspended from our party. We weren't aware that two people had given him testimony, had given him references until the Wednesday, I think before our Ardèche, the Wednesday at the end of September. And we weren't aware until last Thursday that that had been verified by a person from HR. So the party itself, corporately, who were dealing with this issue, were not aware of any of the actions of any of these three people. And therefore we were not in a position to advise the British Heart Foundation of any matter in relation to his employment. So that has been put as the First Minister as a matter of record, and I concur with that. I also concur with all our sentiments in relation to the British Heart Foundation and that of my party president.
Ms. Erskine.
Minister, I did ask, will you directly apologise to the British Heart Foundation yourself?
Minister.
Yeah, I think if she'd have listened to my previous answers, I have directly, and I'm happy to repeat it for her so that you can understand. Yes, I do apologise to them for not engaging in all of the facts in relation to the due diligence issues that we talked about in some of the interviews. If I had known all of the facts, I certainly would have not made those comments.
And that concludes questions to the Minister for Economy. We now move to the next item of business. If members would just take their ease for a moment before we resume that business.
Okay, so the sitting is resumed, and the next member to speak to the motion is Diana Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the chance to talk about one of the most important issues facing Northern Ireland at present, and that is the future of social care. There is no doubt whatsoever that the system we have at present is far from perfect. In fact, with still rapidly growing demand being increased by a rapidly ageing population, it's imperative that we take action now to get ahead of that while we can. Thankfully, looking at the 48 proposals for reform that were revealed as part of the 2022 public consultation, I was glad to see the emphasis that has been placed on not only increasing the quantity of social care, but also on increasing the quality. Without our social care workers, we simply wouldn't have any provision at all, and that is why our social care workforce is and remains one of the most important groups of all. They allow our older people to remain at home. For those that can't, social care workers are essential in supporting them to live well with their non-clinical needs. Any one of us who have had family members receive this care will have seen firsthand just how tirelessly our social care staff work day and night to provide quality care to many of the most vulnerable in our society. That's especially true in constituencies such as my own in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Each and every day there are huge numbers of people assisted, regardless of whether they live in towns or at the bottom of any of our long and meandering farm lanes. Of course, there's also a very important crossover between working in health and working in social care. Without the providers and the workforce that we have, our hospitals simply couldn't or wouldn't function. While patient flow through our hospitals is often a problem, the situation would be even worse were it not for our social care system that often goes above and beyond. That is why I very much support the key proposals to improving pay, terms and conditions for the social care workforce. Yet none of us, I'm sure, are oblivious to the remaining challenges weighing down the sector, and that is why I was glad that earlier this year a further cash injection was made. Unfortunately, however, despite the growing demand for social care, the health budget that was agreed earlier this year fell far short of what are the recognised levels of need. Nevertheless, I absolutely recognise that the solutions aren't solely dependent on funding. We know that some aspects of the current system don't work the way we need them to. And to do that, we need to look more widely at how social care is organised, commissioned, delivered and led. In addition, I especially welcome the focus of the previous consultation to include greater powers to regulate and inspect independent sector providers of care. And each and every year, the role of the independent sector provision is becoming more and more important. So those powers mustn't be seen as a detriment to that provision, but something that works in the interests of everyone, including service users, providers, and fundamentally those who are paying for the service, whether that be individuals, families, or the state. Fundamentally, however, Deputy Speaker, I will return to the issue of the workforce, because without them we'd have nothing. That is why they are such an important issue for the long-term sustainability of the sector, and why this is an issue that will have to be tackled. So I hope that this House can send a unanimous message today that social care is a good career, it's a rewarding career, and it's an incredibly important career. I look forward to seeing reforms being made in the time ahead to further strengthen and stabilise our social care workforce and the sector as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana, I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you. And I thank the proposers of this motion for bringing the motion to the House today, and I will be supporting the motion and the amendment. We know the problems that are facing our countless families across the north who are being failed by the current social care system. It's overstretched and it is underfunded. These issues affect everyone, our elderly, our most vulnerable, and the workers who care for them. It has been 7 years since the Power to People report was commissioned, and we still face the same challenges, and that is the persistent workforce shortages, care home capacity constraints, and long waits for community care packages. And we know that this was only made worse by COVID pandemic and the number of people who came out of the caring profession in that time. In rural areas like my constituency in Mid-Ulster, these challenges are even more severe. Families are waiting far too long on care packages, and care workers face long distances and inadequate support, and are not funded for driving those distances either. They are not funded for the care that they are providing, and we know that, and I know that the Minister is well aware of that, and the Department is looking at all of those issues going forward. And I attended a meeting with Carers NI and carers from rural communities last week, and they didn't tell me anything, unfortunately, that I didn't already know as a representative for a very rural constituency. But we know that the challenges for those in our rural communities are much, much more difficult. The Reimagine Children's Collective, and we spoke to this morning, which brings together 10 major charities, has echoed these concerns in its recent briefing on children's social care. They've highlighted all of the struggle that we have without urgent reforms, and I note that some of the commentary that was made this morning was around collaboration, and I absolutely agree with that. I think that we do need collaboration right across departments, but we need collaboration mostly with our communities and with our community and voluntary sector, because they really are the people who can deliver services we know for good value. So we need to ensure that that collaboration is happening. The amendment to this motion also brings forward an important issue to the forefront: unfair and inconsistent charging for adult social care in areas, again, like Mid-Ulster, where incomes are often lower and services more difficult to access. These inconsistencies hit families hardest. Independent price regulation is essential to ensure fairness. No family should have to choose between paying for care and other basic necessities. Additionally, I want to emphasise the need for early intervention and prevention in both adult and children's care, and again this was covered in this morning's motion. We know that early intervention can make a real difference. I spoke about Sure Start, but there are many other programmes of early intervention, and I know that it is a priority for the Minister to tackle health inequalities, and the only way that we will be able to do that is by the early intervention programmes. And I look forward to hearing what the Minister is going to say in terms of that. The community and voluntary sector, as I have said, play a vital role here, and we must ensure it's properly resourced. But it's not just about the amount of money they get, and I know that they have made you well aware of this, Minister, and this is something that is being looked at in terms of it's how they are funded, how they can work together, how they can work together collaboratively around funding, instead of everybody doing what we have done for years, where everybody is looking at one pot and saying, how can I get some out of that, where they actually want to work together, and we need to fund them in a way that allows them to work together. We must listen to the people who we serve. We must listen to the families that are struggling in our rural areas. We must listen to the children and young people that are requiring our services, and we need a family charter co-designed with young people and parents that would ensure that families know what to expect from the system and have recourse if standards are not met. This is about equity, dignity and fairness. Social care reform cannot wait any longer. We have been presented with the tools to address these issues, and we need to now take this in hand and work with people like the Reimagine Children's Collective and others to deliver on this. For the people of Mid-Ulster and rural constituencies across the north, our elderly, our carers and our children, there can be no more delays. We need to work together to create a social care system that reflects the values of fairness and compassion and serves all the citizens of the north equally, no matter where they live.
Thank you, Linda. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I will declare an interest today because I have been a carer for most of my adult life. Firstly for my brother Michael, who sadly passed away now, and now for my father. And my father is actually in receipt of social care support twice a day. Principal Deputy Speaker, care in the community is dependent on an effective social care system. But the problem from day one has been that the need for care in the community was set out and the plans were put in place, but there was no preparatory work done to ensure that appropriate care was available in the community to be able to support that. Today I want to talk about the older population. Northern Ireland has an older population and we will demographically see that increase over the next number of years. While people live longer and many are healthier in old age, there is an increasing number of people who are not in good health in their old age and who will need support to continue to live at home. Too many have not received chronic pain support. Too many have their mobility severely limited because of hip or knee replacement waiting lists. And the number of older people living with life-changing health conditions has increased. And many, I have to say, are living in fear. The fear of how much it will cost in their old age if they need residential care. So that's why today we will be supporting the DUP amendment to our motion. Many older people that I have spoken to do not believe that their needs are being met by the health service. They feel that they are a problem for the health service. The care they receive is limited and takes too long to access. And these comments were given to me specifically in respect to domiciliary care, and particularly when the older person is living in a rural area. Also, they have told me that they apologise regularly to ambulance drivers if they're having to hold up an ambulance as they see it outside a hospital waiting for a bed. This isn't good enough. According to the Alzheimer's Association, the social care system is not set up properly to deliver care that meets the needs of people, in particular from their point of view, with dementia. In fact, many people living with dementia continue to be reliant on the social care system to help manage their symptoms. They will continue to require accessible, high-quality, affordable, personalised care, and it's therefore vitally important that the current and future care system is fit for purpose. This could be achieved through a fairly paid and sufficiently resourced workforce, trained to understand the specialist needs associated with old age and dementia. Social care systems must also recognise the value of unpaid care provided by families and loved ones. Local systems must proactively assess unpaid carers' needs as per the statutory duty on at least an annual basis and meet those needs through support and access to respite care to allow sufficient breaks from caring. Unpaid carers are saving the health service an absolute fortune. It's preventing the health service, or they are preventing the health service from being bankrupt. But the pressure on them is crippling them. Addressing the current insufficient and fragmented funding model must be a priority, and as Ms Dillon has just mentioned, that fragmented funding model leads to silo working as opposed to joined up working. It shifts the responsibility of care to individuals and families to achieve the vision of care in the community. Principal Deputy Speaker, as a sector, adult social care contributes significantly to the economy in Northern Ireland. It's estimated to be worth around £1 billion, and that's in Northern Ireland. Cost savings are being met on the backs of unpaid carers, and as was said earlier by others, a carers register is definitely needed. Going back to dementia, people living with dementia make up around 60% of the people drawing on care at home in the UK, and 70 of those living in residential care are living with dementia. People living with dementia or impacted by dementia often face catastrophic care costs. An individual with dementia spends on average around £100,000 on care in their lifetime. Therefore, it is important that we do have a long-term social care workforce strategy. It should be mandatory for all GPs and care staff to undertake high-quality dementia training mapped to the Dementia Training Standards Framework or an equivalent standard. This recommendation has also been made within the UK Skills for Care, brought out in July 2024 Workforce Strategy. A sustainable funding model for quality personal care and is centred on achieving affordable care for everyone living with dementia and other conditions. There needs to be improved support for unpaid carers through proactively offered needs assessments and access to appropriate respite care. Principal Deputy Speaker, this motion today hopefully will set out to the Minister the support from this House that there is for an improved social care system. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I now call on the Minister for Health, Mr Mike Nesbitt, to respond to the debate. And Minister, you will have 15 minutes.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and I do welcome the opportunity to contribute to the debate, and I thank the mover and the mover of the amendment. I think, understand the frustration many have expressed regarding the pace of reform in our social care system since Power to People was published in 2017, and I want to take this moment to emphasise the progress that has been made, particularly in the context of significant external pressures and challenges that have impacted the pace of reform. Since the publication of the report, there has been sustained commitment to transforming our social care system, and several initiatives have moved forward, particularly in addressing the systemic issues identified in that report, Power to People. Firstly, my predecessor, Robin Swan, consulted on proposals to deliver the vision outlined in Power to People. The public consultation took place during 2022. It set out proposals to address the issues facing social care and to put in place tangible actions to create change that would significantly improve services. The post-consultation report was published last year. And that consultation was by no means the end point, rather. It represented the groundwork necessary to ensure the reform process was both sustainable and transformative in the longer term. As members have noted, one of the most significant developments since that consultation has been the establishment of the Social Care Collaborative Forum. This forum has provided a vital space to bring together a wide range of stakeholders, including frontline staff, care providers, policymakers, union representatives, regulators, representative bodies and service users. The forum's aim has been to develop both short-term solutions to alleviate immediate pressures and longer-term strategies for sustainable reform. Through this collaborative effort, key policy development priorities have been identified and work is already underway to address some of the most pressing challenges. One of the first actions taken forward by the Forum was to map the reform of adult social care consultation proposals against the Forum work streams to ensure that, where we could, the reforms were being delivered. Now, some of these will be delivered more quickly than others, some will require legislative change, and the vast majority will require additional and sustained investment to ensure they make the transformational changes envisaged by the Power to People report. Through the work of the Forum in 2023-24, we have implemented early review teams in the Trusts with a view to developing a regional model to monitor and review service users' home care needs and packages of home care, with almost 1,100 home care hours being recovered and allocated to cases of unmet need. We've also implemented improved digital solutions in Trusts to make more effectively the managed change in home care packages. We've also sought to better promote social care as a valuable career choice, delivering the Making a Difference promotional campaign to showcase the value and diversity of social care, which has also included the podcast series Care to Chat, video stories showcasing the value of social care and digital posts about social care. Work in 24-25 will focus on building a sustainable workforce, improving commissioning and contracting arrangements, and developing improved partnership working. One of the critical recommendations from Power to People was the urgent need to address the social care workforce crisis, and significant steps have been taken to prioritise this. While we continue to experience challenges, this sector has been prioritised in terms of funding in recent years. The development of the social care workforce strategy also marks a considerable achievement in laying the foundations for addressing recruitment and retention issues in the sector. This strategy is central to resolving many of the workforce challenges we face. It sets out a clear path to attract, train and retain the skilled staff necessary to deliver high-quality social care. The strategy focuses not just on immediate recruitment, but also on long-term development, offering a framework that recognises the importance of ongoing development and career progression for social care staff. These measures are crucial, given the critical role that the workforce plays in delivering frontline care and supporting those in need across the health and social care spectrum. Some members have reflected that not enough has been done in relation to delivery and that we continue to consult rather than implement. Well, the implementation of the workforce strategy will commence by the beginning of next year, and I'm confident this will address many of the concerns raised by members in terms of recruitment, retention, recognition and indeed remuneration. Additionally, initiatives to improve staff well-being and ensure fair pay are ongoing, and these will undoubtedly have a positive impact in addressing staff shortages over time. Work is ongoing through the Social Care Fair Work Forum to build a case for change which seeks to highlight the potential impacts and benefits to be realised by raising the social care sector to a real living wage. And while significant challenges remain, the collaborative work involving the Department of Health, the Social Care Collaborative Forum and workforce representatives has been instrumental in bringing us closer to a more sustainable workforce model. The Collaborative Forum Supporting Carers workstream is currently commissioning a regional evaluation of the outcomes of the implementation of the Carers 2006 strategy. Work is due to begin shortly. On completion of the findings, my officials will identify relevant learning and key findings to inform the future strategic direction. Work is also ongoing on a cross-departmental basis to consider how we can work collaboratively across government to address the issues identified in a new deal for unpaid carers Northern Ireland 2023. The current standards for nursing homes and the residential care homes minimum standards set out the requirements for registration and inspection of providers by the RQIA to ensure both a consistency of approach and that residents, families and providers have a clear understanding of the standards they can expect to receive and indeed provide. People living in nursing homes have specific and sometimes complex needs, usually arising from their own healthcare requirements. It's therefore important that the standards reflect the most recent developments, guidance, policy and procedures to ensure the provision of a safe and effective service with the appropriate quality of care. I accept, Principal Deputy Speaker, that the standards need a comprehensive review to ensure they are fully reflective of best practice, of learning and guidance, and are relevant to the current environment in which the care sector operates. A working group chaired by my officials has been established to undertake a review of those standards. That review will involve ongoing collaboration and engagement with relevant social care stakeholders to ensure there's clarity between what is considered to be best practice and what will be measured under the inspection frameworks. An initial exercise has been completed to identify potential gaps and revisions that may be necessary. My officials are currently considering next steps to revise the standards. These revised standards will require consultation, and members will have the opportunity to consider these in due course. Members have also raised the issue of VAT recovery, and as I've said previously, significant work is underway to consider the nature of this change, potential operational, legal and regulatory implications, and associated resources that may be required to allow for the recovery of VAT by independent care homes here in Northern Ireland. A project manager and dedicated legal resources have now been appointed to drive this work forward as part of the wider review of the care homes contract. Legal colleagues have advised that it is not going to be possible to separate the issues of VAT reclaim from the wider review of the contract. Concerns have also been raised about the potential impact on smaller care homes who may not be in a position to reclaim VAT, and this is being considered as part of this review. Officials also continue to liaise with counterparts in Great Britain, both at departmental and local authority level, to gain a better understanding of the implementation and outworking of the VAT reclaim. It's paramount that any changes to the contractual arrangements between trusts and providers are reflected in the HSC Care Homes contract. The current HSC Care Homes contract that sets out the terms and conditions under which trusts commission services from care home providers has been in place for several years now and does require substantial revision. Now, as we move forward, I do remain committed to tackling health inequalities and ensuring that social care reform remains a priority. By addressing these inequities, we can build a system that not only provides high-quality care, but does so in a way that is fair and equitable, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of their circumstances, have access to the services they need when they need them. My department annually reviews the regional tariff rate for residents placed in residential and in nursing home care. And the regional tariff rate is compiled on the basis of a breakdown of the costs of care, and the amount the rates are uplifted each year takes account of increases to statutory uplifts to national living wage and a range of other factors. Separate to establishing the regional tariff rate, it's important to note that independent care providers are responsible for setting their own care home fees. Top-up fees, also known as third-party charges, are set by the independent care home provider at a level that they deem appropriate to reflect market prices. Neither my department nor the Health and Social Care Trusts have any role in setting or calculating these fees. I do, however, recognise that the tariff rates may not be fully reflective of the true cost of care, and work is underway within the Social Care Collaborative Forum to consider how the commissioning and contracting of care home provision across Northern Ireland is currently delivered. And finally, Deputy Principal Speaker, a finance task and finish group has been established within this work stream to review existing finance issues. And as part of this work, consideration is being given to the regional tariff, third-party top-up fees and enhanced care rates. This will also consider the inclusion of clauses provided for enhanced care within the tariff.
Thank you, Minister. I call Alan Robinson to wind on the amendment and to advise Alan you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This is a topic, Principal Deputy Speaker, that's very broad, and therefore I will keep my comments today very broad. However, it is one of the most important within the health structure, and it is one that is a key pillar. Indeed, how many times have we heard that if you fix social care, then you begin to fix the wider health service? We very much support the thrust of the main motion in calling for actions to transform our social care system. Since the Power to the People report was published back in 2017, but we were keen to submit an amendment for the reasons outlined earlier by my colleague Diane Dodge. And it has been 7 long years since the 16 proposals were made, but critical issues outlined in that report and others thereafter remain unresolved. The expert advisory panel sought to make the case for transforming the way that the adult care and support system operates by way of 16 proposals, including valuing the professional and strengthening the support available to carers. Our social care system is the backbone of our society, caring for the elderly, vulnerable and those in need. However, as the original motion refers, workforce shortages, limited capacity in care homes and unacceptably long delays in accessing community care packages are leaving too many of our people without high-quality services that they need and they deserve. When we talk about unpaid carers, it is safe to say that many of them are at breaking point, with 1 in 4 describing their mental health as bad or very bad. Several reports, and some refer to review fatigue, state that we cannot continue to allow these gaps to persist. In light of the ongoing challenges, I want to take a moment to recognise the incredible contributions of our frontline staff, providers and community and voluntary sector organisations, and particularly those unpaired who I've just referred to. The system is under increasing pressure, with demand continuing to rise due to part of an ageing population. But social care isn't just about older people, it's about the young man or woman with a learning disability who needs to move from a school setting into adult services, the elderly individual, in need of a care package to return home, or someone with mental health issues who requires support to move into supported living. And we can all give examples from cases in our constituency office of how we have had to intervene in such cases. And no family who are at the point of despair should have to come to our constituency offices begging for us to intervene. I remember one standout case quite some years ago when I was a councillor, where the daughter of an elderly lady was so stressed, so broken and so guilty for feeling the way that she did, and without respite, she attempted to take her own life. The daughter ended up requiring support, which put further pressure on the health service. It's just that circle of despair that I've referred to in previous debates. Turning to some of the comments here today, I'm very conscious of time. The proposer of the motion, Nuala McAllister, said in her opening remarks that it's crucial that social care is properly supported. She also says that the consultations is being used as mechanisms of delay. My colleague Diane Dodge, in referring to our amendment, said that over 600 patients had a needless stay in hospital, and it was akin to locking the doors of the Royal Victoria Hospital. And she referenced the need for better working conditions for domiciliary carers. The chair of the Health Committee, Liz Gimmons, said that the unavailability of beds, that this is creating a bottleneck in emergency departments. She says she never saw the scale of the challenges currently within the system. Colin McGrath highlighted how the system is in crisis and that we need action, and we need action now. Diane Armstrong, and I very much welcome her in her new role, said the system is far from perfect and they need to get ahead of the game. Linda Dillon said that we still face the same challenges since the Power of the People report, and no family should have to choose between paying for care and paying for everyday items. Kelly Armstrong talked about her own personal circumstances, and I think it adds to the quality of the debate in this chamber when we do talk about our own personal circumstances. She talked about the fear that older people live with and how they see themselves as a burden on the health service. And I want to thank the Minister for his contributions today. I do agree. He says he understands the frustration at the pace of reform. We all share that. And he also referenced the importance of partnership work in recruitment and retention, and I do thank him for that. So thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Danny Donnelly to conclude and wind up on the debate on your motion. Danny, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. First, I would like to thank all those who spoke in this debate. I think we can agree that this was a constructive discussion on a very important issue, and I will shortly touch on the contributions of other members. We have spent much time discussing the many pressures facing our health and social care services, and social care specifically is facing unprecedented pressures. This is a consequence of both the increasing demand and the constraints around funding and workforce. Short and long-term vacancies are increasing across all aspects of social care. One particular concern is the uncertain future facing many workers who have come from EU nations following the UK's departure from the EU. Funding shortages remain a significant concern, and this provides another example of the unsustainability of our current funding model, as we have discussed on previous occasions in this place. We also need to acknowledge that more people are living longer, and while this is undoubtedly a good thing, it does create an increased demand on social care services, and we need to adjust how we approach social care to accommodate this. It is estimated that over the next 20 years, the number of people in Northern Ireland aged 65 and over is projected to grow by nearly 50% and overtake the number of children in Northern Ireland for the first time. To tackle these challenges, we need to see urgent prioritisation of the recommendations of the Social Care Collaborative Forum. This includes maximising capacity through testing new models and rolling out innovative new digital solutions. We also need urgent progress on the social care workforce strategy, the social care career pathways and continuous learning framework. We must provide specific support to unpaid carers who, along with paid staff, provide an invaluable service to those most in need. The Collaborative Forum has recommended an expanded carers register for Northern Ireland to provide more information to unpaid carers and to help them improve outcomes for them. This should also consider a complete review of the 2006 carers strategy, as our motion calls for, ensuring that the strategy's aims and objectives continue to deliver the necessary decisions to improve the lives and conditions of our carers. Greater research and investment in supported living is another priority outlined by the Collaborative Forum. A clear definition needs provided, along with clarification on the services provided by the HSC and community and voluntary services, with the intention of ensuring an interdependent approach to maximise the planning and delivery of social care services. All of these must be urgently progressed, and unfortunately we haven't seen such progress from the Department of Health to date, as has been pointed out. As we have raised by other members, there is a risk that the Department and the Minister focus too much on consultation rather than delivery, and in some respects this has been a problem in respect of the work of the Department and the Collaborative Forum. I also welcome the DUP amendment, which we will be supporting, and as I and other members have outlined, the current funding arrangements are very unfair and require urgent review. I'm now going to comment on some of the comments other people have made. Nuala McAllister introduced the motion, noting that investing in domiciliary and community care is an early intervention action and that our social care workers must be supported. She noted the Power to the People report in 2017, but little has changed since, and suggested that consultation is delaying change. She did ask, when will we reach the point of action? When will people see the benefits of this? And she mentioned the issue of third-party contributions and the impact this has on families of the outdated guidance. She also highlighted the need for a regional approach to data collection. Diane Dodds then proposed the amendment, adding an issue that has come to her constituency office around delayed discharges and appropriate costs for care. She called the number of beds being out of action for acute care an obscenity, highlighting that 628 patients in March this year were needlessly in hospital, and some of those will be for obviously quite long stays. And this was similar to one large hospital and one small hospital closing its doors. She said that if the government and the powers that be don't value social care, why should anyone else? She also highlighted the potential for a price regulator, noting that families are in desperation trying to pay top-ups, and highlighted the need to improve carer career opportunities. This was highlighted as an issue of independent care homes where they claim VAT on the same expenditure unlike elsewhere in the UK, and she'd asked the Minister for an update on this, which he has delivered. Liz Kimmins, Chair of the Health Committee, noted that this debate was very similar to the previous one we'd had there this morning on adult social care, or children's social care, and she referenced a recent visit to the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service headquarters, highlighting the bottleneck in the system that results in the failure to deliver safe and reliable care. Liz also pointed out that families are waiting months for care packages and the incredible strain that this falls on unpaid carers. Colin McGrath talked about the lack of meaningful progress since the Power to the People report in 2017. He highlighted workforce shortages and long waits for support, stating that the system is in crisis and the work of the Social Care Collaborative Forum is vital. He called on the Minister to bring forward key priorities and highlighted vacancy rates in social care. He had asked where will the new social workers come from and called for a review of the care strategy in 2006. Diane Armstrong talked about the importance of social care staff to older people and their families and to patient flow within hospitals. She noted that reforms are needed, but solutions aren't solely dependent upon funding, and highlighted the importance of regulation of the independent sector. Linda Dillon noted that the system is overstretched and underfunded, and again, 7 years since Power to the People, the problems remain, and that they are worse in rural areas in Northern Ireland, like her constituency of Mid-Ulster. She highlighted the importance of collaboration within the community and voluntary sector and a review of how it is funded, and that an independent price regulation is essential. My colleague Kelly Armstrong gave us a personal history of being a carer, and I think, as Alan noted, that did strengthen the debate as well, being a carer for her late brother and her father, and that there's an increasing older population in Northern Ireland that will need support. People are being impacted by spending long times on waiting lists, particularly for hips and knees and things like that, and suffering unnecessarily. She also highlighted the Alzheimer's Association saying that the social care system is not set up to care for people with dementia. And she noted that unpaid carers are saving the health service a fortune, but they are struggling under extreme stresses and that they must be supported. also pointing out that a carers register is needed, which is something that has come up a few times. Minister Nesbitt then responded, saying that he understands the frustrations around the pace of reform, and that the Department has established the Social Care Collaborative Forum that are working on short-term solutions and long-term strategies. He spoke of the importance of improving social care as a career, and he mentioned the Care to Chat podcast. That the need to bring us to a sustainable workforce model was something that he was working towards. He highlighted the importance of ongoing cross-departmental work to support unpaid carers, and talked of a review of social care standards which will be consulted on in due course. The many social care reforms remains a priority. The Minister stated the social care reforms remains a priority for him, and on tariff rates he said that work is underway to establish how social care is being delivered. Alan Robinson, in winding on the motion, said, which I think was quite a statement, when you fix social care you begin to fix the entire healthcare system. He talked about unpaid carers being at breaking point, again something that's very familiar to most people across this chamber, and he recalled a sad case where his constituent tried to take her own life. Principal Deputy Speaker, before being elected to this place I worked in the health service as a nurse, and I have seen firsthand the effect of overcrowding in hospital wards and A&E departments that result when patient flow is reduced. Wards that can be understaffed end up with extra patients being cared for in inappropriate corridor beds where there is no emergency equipment and little dignity. Healthcare staff are unable to deliver the care they know their patients need, and this causes undue stress and burnout. A&E departments become so full of patients that they require admission to wards that they cannot take any more, and ambulances end up stacked outside for many hours with paramedics in the back of them caring for patients, sometimes their whole shifts, rather than being on the roads to attend calls, which result in long waits in ambulances in our communities. And members from the Health Committee who are at the Northern Ireland Ambulance Service will have spoken to paramedics. I was very impressed with the paramedics' professionalism, but very concerned to see the extreme pressures that are on this service. I want to highlight a piece of research by the Royal College of Emergency Medicine that suggested there is strong evidence that in 2022, 1,434 people died as a result of delays in Northern Ireland's emergency departments. So this claim is backed up by research, by evidence in the Emergency Medical Journal, the EMJ, that suggested that if you're waiting in an emergency room, you had a much higher chance of dying. And so 1,434 excess deaths in 2022 is a really shocking figure, and I'm sure we can all agree on that. In conclusion, I would encourage all members to support our motion. We need to address the crisis facing our social care services. Everyone deserves the best outcomes regardless of their backgrounds. The policy priorities have been outlined in previous reports and from other members throughout this debate. We know what needs to be done, and it is time for action from the Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Danny. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Diane Dodds and Alan Robinson be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? The motion is carried. Members, take your ease, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you, Minister. Two ministers. Ministers in series and parallel.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I have received notice from the Minister for Communities that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement regarding the creation of additional jobs in Northern Ireland following an agreement to expand the services the Department for Communities delivers in Great Britain on behalf of the Department for Work and Pensions. Today, I am delighted to announce 1,000 new jobs, which will bring a massive boost to the local economy and is testament to the quality of service being delivered by my department. This is a vote of confidence in the Department for Communities, a vote of confidence in the quality of people we are all proud to represent, and most importantly, a vote of confidence in Northern Ireland by the UK Government. This announcement will expand the workforce, delivering vital roles in areas such as universal credit, child maintenance, disability and retirement services. As many in this chamber will know, the economic impact of this job creation will be felt greatest by our local economies. Better footfall in town centres, busier cafes and shops, and more people using our public transport services locally. Another successful outcome of this job announcement is that we have been able to fill underutilised office space. This not only helps with the sustainability and efficiency of our Northern Ireland civil service assets, but also allows us to hit the ground running on delivery without the need of significant upfront capital expenditure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am committed to greater regional balance, and rather than just talk about it, I have ensured that my department delivers. I have ensured that we spread as many of these jobs as possible throughout Northern Ireland, and I am pleased to announce that over 40% will be outside of Belfast, in Londonderry, Ballykelly and Ballymena. In Belfast, there will be 595 additional jobs. In Londonderry, an additional 270. In Ballymena, 116. And in Ballykelly, 27. When I came into office, I made clear my priority of supporting the work that my department delivers in helping people into employment. It's a primary duty, a fundamental principle in tackling poverty and a cornerstone for any functioning society. I am pleased to play my part in supporting that with the creation of these quality jobs. At present, over 3,600 people within my department are currently engaged in delivering services for the Department for Work and Pensions. This will rise to 4,634 and represents an annual investment of £138 million. On a daily basis, these staff are and will make an invaluable contribution, supporting citizens across the United Kingdom to access welfare, pensions and child maintenance services. My department has a long-standing relationship with the Department for Work and Pensions, and I am pleased to announce the strengthening of this relationship with the creation of these jobs over the coming months. Finally, I wish to place on record my thanks for the sterling work by my senior management team and all frontline staff who have ensured we are the best equipped to deliver these services. Mr. Speaker, in what has been a challenging number of months, I'm delighted to deliver some positive news of these additional jobs to the Assembly today. It's an unrivalled opportunity to provide skills and jobs for people in all parts of Northern Ireland, and I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Mark Durkin.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for this very positive, refreshingly positive statement. How confident is the Minister that we can fill all these posts, given, according to the latest answer that we'd received, there are nearly 700 vacancies in Department for Communities, and have lessons been learned from a recent recruitment process that saw applicants locked out of online interview processes?
Well, first of all, I would make the point that these are jobs that are being delivered by the Department for Communities on behalf of the Department for Work and Pensions. They're being funded by the Department for Work and Pensions. The difficulty that we have had in Northern Ireland are in terms of the budgetary issues. I don't think that I would have a problem filling the vacancies. It's not because the people aren't there to fill the vacancies. It's because we don't have the funding to do that. This will be a separate funding stream that will be coming from Westminster, delivering work on behalf of people elsewhere in the United Kingdom. I am aware of the issues that had previously been of concern to those who were applying. A significant number of candidates were unsuccessful, having experienced video or sound issues during the pre-recorded interview process, and I know that these issues were raised with the Finance Minister, who obviously has responsibility in this area, but I hope that we will not have the same logistical challenges at this time round, and that these jobs will be able to benefit people in all parts of Northern Ireland that I've mentioned.
Ron Gildernew.
Last Concordia, and thank the Minister for the statement. The Minister has announced 1,000 jobs, and I very, very much welcome this. Yet not one of those jobs is based in Tyrone, Fermanagh or Armagh. In my view, the Minister has missed a golden opportunity to create a more regionally balanced economy, which is an executive commitment, and also to open up our civil service work to many rural areas west of the Bann. Can the Minister outline what factors he considered when deciding where to locate these jobs, and at any stage did he consider any locations in the 3 counties I have mentioned?
Well, look, I do welcome the fact that he has acknowledged that these are significant job numbers and that they're not all in the one location, that they are in different parts of Northern Ireland. I do accept that there are many other places in Northern Ireland that have not received jobs yet. I believe I may get a few more questions on that this afternoon, and I may hear more constituencies mentioned as well. But in terms of this process, we needed to find locations where there was underutilised office space that were in close proximity to existing service centres and have the capacity to stand up the operational capacity that we are talking about. But I know that the people in Northern Ireland do a very good job. I know that the DWP is very impressed by what it is that we have been able to deliver so far, and I hope that there will be opportunities for further expansion in the future, and I will certainly do everything I can to ensure that there are those sites available elsewhere. But I hope that everyone would welcome this in the Chamber today as a start.
Deborah Erskine.
Deputy Speaker, and I do thank the Minister for his statement today. This is a starting opportunity, and I appreciate what the member across the chamber has said today. I do feel strongly about Fermanagh and South Tyrone as well. He will know I've mentioned to him the fact that we've lost 300 jobs from BT, and it's important that we have investment and employment opportunities. Can he consider and will he ensure that there will be further opportunities for Fermanagh and South Tyrone, and what barriers do we need to work on to alleviate and help him in attracting these jobs to Fermanagh and South Tyrone?
I'm grateful to the member for her question and for the fact that she also welcomes the announcement that has been made today. She is a dogged and determined representative for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I knew that she would be asking a question on this, and she will have heard the answer that I gave to the chair of the committee in relation to locations. But in terms of what she has asked in relation to the future, absolutely, I hope that we will secure further jobs and that some will be able to go to Fermanagh and South Tyrone as well. I think the most important issue will be to ensure that we have the capacity for these jobs to be able to come there. But I also think that there is a wider piece of work for us to do throughout the Northern Ireland Civil Service to make sure that there is fair distribution of these jobs, and I will be more than happy to work with her and others to ensure that all areas of Northern Ireland can benefit not just from the jobs within the Northern Ireland Civil Service that deliver for people in Northern Ireland, but for more and more services to be provided for people across the United Kingdom in Northern Ireland.
Shannon Holland.
And thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Delighted that you're bringing jobs to the best of the Antrim constituency, so that's great to see, but I do take on board some of the other comments. Minister, can you let us know an assessment maybe of what length of contract are we talking about here? Are they fixed term? Are they permanent? Do you know whether they'll be a mix of part-time, full-time, 0 hour? Is there any breakdown for any of those jobs? Thank you.
First of all, I couldn't possibly agree with her first comment in relation to the best of the Antrim constituencies, but we'll leave that conversation for another day. I can confirm, however, to the member that there will be a mix of jobs. 70% will be permanent because of the flexibility that is required. There will be some agency posts in there as well, and I hope that the application process can start as soon as possible and we can get these jobs filled.
Andy Allen.
Welcoming this positive announcement. Minister, can you perhaps place on record for any of our constituents that may be watching what assistance your department can provide for those underrepresented groups in our society, in particular those with disabilities who may want to apply for these jobs?
Well, I'm grateful to the member for raising this issue, and I had the ability to see firsthand how the Job Start scheme has helped people actually come into the civil service. Many people did not see that as a career option for them, but through that additional help and the work coaches that we were able to provide, we now have people working who thought that they wouldn't have the ability or wouldn't have the opportunity to do that. I'm absolutely determined to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that people feel welcome to apply, that they have the help that they need to apply. The member will be aware, as we've discussed this before, my concern about the huge gap that exists in employment between those who are disabled and those who are not. It's something that we are working through in the disability and work strategy, but we will certainly be doing everything that we can whenever the competition goes out to make sure that people are aware of the jobs that are available and people feel able to apply.
Declan McAleer, please.
Welcome this announcement. 138 million to the local economy per year and the extra 1,000 jobs is great news, and I welcome that, albeit I would like to see some of the jobs created further west, for example in the county town of Tyrone, which is Omagh, so if you can keep that on your radar as well, would be very much welcome. Minister, you mentioned that the positions were funded by DWP. Will there be any cost to your departmental budget in the creating of these 1,000 jobs?
No.
Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for this positive announcement today, for his commitment to regional imbalance and addressing that, but also to the Foyle constituency. Minister, I welcome the 270 jobs for Londonderry, bringing it now to 800 at Lissahallie. What will those jobs mean in terms of the economy, and what benefits will those jobs bring to the wider North West region?
Well, I'm grateful to the member for his question, and he knows already of the other jobs that exist, 530 that are currently there, rising to 800, and that will bring benefit to the economy, because if there's clearly the people that are already there bringing that benefit, there may be some additional capital work required in improving these sites as well. That will come from DWP, so there will not be any further cost to the department, so there's some economic benefit there, but I think the greatest economic benefit will be that additional sum of money of almost £30 million of salaries that are coming in to the local economy in Northern Ireland, rising to around about £150 million a year throughout Northern Ireland, so that's going to be of a significant benefit to his constituency in particular, and I think that is something we should all welcome.
Kelly Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Apart from agreeing with Mr Allen that I would like to see positive action for people with disabilities, care leavers and over 55s, Minister, can you clarify for us, of these 1,000 jobs, how many of them will actually replace agency workers? You know that the committee has been quite concerned on that matter.
As I've said, we will have roughly a 70% permanent, 30% agency worker ratio, but these are exclusively within the DWP delivery, and I think some of the concerns that she and other members of the committee had raised were in relation to the wider workforce for DFC that delivers in Northern Ireland for Northern Ireland. So there will be a different figure for this. I know that some members will not be happy that there's any agency workers at all, but there is a degree of flexibility that is needed in the delivery of these services. But of course that will be reviewed based on need. It would obviously be the preference to have more people in permanent roles, but that flexibility will be required.
Lisa McHugh.
Agus a waste in Irish.
I thank the Minister for statement.
Statement. Minister, can you reassure me that it's not a case of love horse and you get oats in terms of the people of West Tyrone? And in particular, in relation to the new jobs then, province-wide, is this a case that where there'll be less reliance on part-time staff or agency staff?
Well, obviously in terms of agency staff, as I've said already, we need to have that flexibility. But there will also be some part-time roles as well, and that's simply because that's what some of the workers will want themselves, and it's important that we have that flexibility as well. But there obviously will be a full process and competition, and people will be able to choose what suits them best in terms of permanent or part-time. And it's also the case that some people appreciate the work that they can get through agencies, because that also provides them with the flexibility as well. But I recognise the concerns that people have raised.
Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today, and I particularly want to welcome the 27 jobs that you have announced for Ballykelly within my constituency of East London Derry. You will be aware, Minister, that Jubilee House in Ballykelly has significant capacity and it boasts modern and cutting-edge technology. Can you therefore give a commitment that you will work with other executive colleagues to ensure that that building is used to its full potential and gives the maximum economic benefit to that region?
Well, that's absolutely what we want to see, Mr Deputy Speaker, because there's significant investment in that site and we want to make sure that it's utilised. There are currently 284 DFC employees that are delivering services on behalf of DWP. That will rise to 311. That is welcome, but of course we want to see decentralisation of jobs where that is possible. I will certainly be advocating for that around the executive table.
Okay, Colin Allen Chambers.
Minister, really good news today, and I just want to ask if the posts to be recruited, will the majority of them be at the sort of the basic civil service grades, and will the exercise create opportunities for promotion amongst the current staff within your department?
Yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, there will always be the opportunity for people to progress and careers within the civil service allow those routes for progression. Although I don't have an exact breakdown of each grade, these posts will create opportunities from AO to grade 6 level, and those are significant opportunities for people to get involved in the civil service.
Colin Anya Murphy.
Minister, can you outline how these new jobs will impact on vacancy rates within your own department?
These jobs won't impact on vacancy rates within the Department for Communities because they will be delivering services paid for by DWP on behalf of DWP to people in Great Britain, so there won't be any impact on the vacancy rates within my own department. It's not that the vacancy rates within DFC are impacted by a lack of staff, but rather a lack of money in order to hire those staff.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. I welcome the jobs announcement today. Every new job is always very welcome. Just wondered, does the Minister have any plans to seek further job opportunities, not least of all in my constituency of Strangford? Thank you.
Absolutely, Mr Deputy Speaker, and for the record I will do my best for all 18 constituencies in Northern Ireland. But there is an important point here to make. I met this morning with Andrew Western, who was the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State in the Department for Work and Pensions, and he was very excited about coming here because he had been told so many good things about Northern Ireland and its people. And he told me that all I hear is that you're brilliant at these jobs. So it's very clear from officials and ministers in the Department for Work and Pensions that Northern Ireland is the place to go to get the staff to do the jobs well. And he said that we are really happy with this partnership. So I hope that it's only the start. I hope that we get more jobs, and I hope those jobs are right across Northern Ireland, including in Strangford.
Thank you. Thank you. Colin Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, I welcome these jobs and the fact that they are being dispersed, but we know that many, particularly women in the civil service at these grades, are working to keep their jobs, particularly when their families are young. We're looking at a childcare, at trying to reduce the cost of childcare. Is there potential for people to work from home to reduce their own childcare costs and actually make it worthwhile working for the civil service? Speaking as somebody who was in that position for a long number of years.
Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope it is worthwhile working for the civil service. I know that many other people feel that way. That's certainly what my private office staff tell me anyway. But I think it is important that we're as flexible as possible with our staff. Obviously, for training purposes in the beginning, there might be a greater requirement, but there will be. These are hybrid roles as well, and I recognise the flexibility that brings. We want to see that continue.
Colin Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, a very welcome announcement indeed, especially in recognition of addressing the regional imbalance. However, as the Minister is aware, I have highlighted the space available for his department and other executive departments in County Hall, Coleraine, to host circa 500 places within the building. Not wanting to be left out in the constituency lobby that is prevalent around the chamber. But would the Minister consider bringing new jobs to this site within the town curtilage in his next tranche of announcements?
Deputy Speaker, I will make a special note for East Londonderry on my list. I am aware of the space that is available in County Hall. It's my understanding that there were a few difficulties with it in terms of the layout. That didn't mean that it was possible this time round for the jobs that were available. I will certainly keep East Londonderry and Coleraine on the list for next time, and hopefully that will be the case, that we will use that space. But I think that the member rightly touches on a wider issue of making sure that we use the public sector estate wisely, and if there are other options and possibilities for other jobs within NICS, then those should be pursued, and I'm sure the member will do that.
On Diane Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and like others, I do support and welcome those jobs that are announced today. It's another good news story that we need. But like in the same vein as my fellow MLAs from Fermanagh and South Tyrone, I want to ask the Minister if he is aware, he may have been aware of the recent referred to loss of 300 jobs. There were skilled advisory roles in BT and Enniskillen, and that workforce was previously recognised within BT as belonging to the best performing region in the United Kingdom. May I ask the Minister if there was any crossover engagement with Invest NI in the process of identifying the location of these jobs, given that Invest NI ensured my former colleagues in Fermanagh and Omagh District Council that they were working very hard to find jobs for those who had been affected by the job losses at BT? Thank you.
I don't believe there was any conversation that took place with Invest NI. I believe that the primary factors for location were in regards to the underutilised office space and sites with sufficient capacity and in close proximity to existing service centres. But she, like Deborah Erskine, has rightly raised the issue of staff and the many talented people that there are in that constituency. And I'll certainly do all that I can, along with executive colleagues, to make sure that we have those jobs available for people in her constituency and throughout Northern Ireland.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and this is excellent news, and I do congratulate the Minister and his officials in securing these 1,000 jobs for Northern Ireland. And it's excellent not just for those who will get these jobs, but as he has mentioned, for office rental and for our local economy generally. I want to ask, is the Minister able to give us an idea on the timescale? When is recruitment for these jobs likely to commence?
Yes, the recruitment processes will commence over the coming months, and a number of recruitment processes have been launched by the Northern Ireland Civil Service within the last year, including an AO competition which was launched on the 19th of August, and that will support the recruitment requirements for this expansion.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his ongoing commitment to make Northern Ireland work and ensure that Northern Ireland works for everyone. Can the Minister give any further detail in relation to the location of these jobs, particularly within Belfast? But also, can he give a commitment that, yes, it's important where these jobs are located, but those communities and those people who actually benefit from those jobs, many of the inner city constituents that I represent, whilst may play host to these large office blocks, tend not to be able to get these employment opportunities. Can the Minister commit to ensure that those from less well-off backgrounds or socio-economically challenged areas also have equal opportunity to these jobs?
Well, yes, Mr Deputy Speaker, absolutely I can, and the member is a very passionate representative for his constituency, and in particular for dealing with deprivation. And we know one of the ways in which we can deal with deprivation and with poverty is to get people into secure long-term employment. And I want to make sure that these jobs and any other jobs that come forward in Northern Ireland are available to all those who need them, and I will certainly be playing my part in that, and we will make sure we do everything that we can so that people are aware of these jobs and they're able to apply for these jobs, and where necessary they are given help or reasonable adjustments are made for them. In terms of the locations of these jobs in Belfast, they will be based at Great Northern Tower, Castle Court and Goodwood House, and it will bring the number of jobs currently in Belfast from 2,556 to 3,151, and overall that means in Northern Ireland we will go from having 3,626 to 4,634 jobs. That's people from Northern Ireland in Northern Ireland delivering benefits and welfare for other parts of the United Kingdom. We're doing that because we're good at it, and that's why I believe we'll have more employment in the future.
Minister, I call on Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Speaker. Does the Minister have an indication as to how long the contract with the Department of Work and Pensions will last for in regard to these jobs?
Well, certainly I'm aware that there will be a 5-year minimum contract of commitment by DWP. However, it is worth noting that we have been delivering services for DWP since 1993. So I think that says something about the expertise and the skills of the people that we have here in Northern Ireland. Now that we've got these jobs, I can assure the member that we will not be letting them go, and I'll be doing everything that I can to make sure they stay and to make sure we get more, even maybe some in South Down.
You're going to say South Antrim there, Minister? Right. Timothy Gaston, please.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I rise to welcome the significant announcement today. 1,000 jobs to Northern Ireland, in particular 116 new jobs coming to Ballymena. One of the most common complaints that I get from constituents is the lack of face-to-face service when they're dealing with those administering the benefits. Can you confirm if any of the new jobs that are being created will increase the face-to-face interactions with the service user?
You'll have to just give me a moment, Mr Deputy Speaker, because in the decade that I've known Mr Gaston, I don't think I've ever received a compliment from him before. So, should we all just take a moment to acknowledge and cheer at this moment? I am glad that he's recognised that this is good news and good news for his constituency. Look, obviously in this circumstance, when we're delivering jobs in Northern Ireland and jobs in Northern Ireland for people in other parts of the United Kingdom, it will probably be a little bit difficult for people to travel from Burnley or from London or from Glasgow for that face-to-face time. I think that the member is mentioning, but the most important thing is that whenever people do need these services, that they're as accessible as possible. And I was visiting today some of these jobs in Great Northern Tower, and we had people on the phones talking directly to those, that it's not just behind a computer screen. Obviously we want to get people on line as much as possible, because that's cheaper and that's easier and quicker to deliver those services, but there will be telephone support as well. But certainly when it comes to delivering additional help when DFC are delivering for people in Northern Ireland, we should make that as accessible as possible. And I know that does happen in jobs and benefits offices, but for these specific jobs, it's not likely or possible that you will have that face-to-face contact which he describes. However, we should celebrate today and welcome the fact that we do have these jobs that are coming to Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. And that concludes the questions on the statement. Okay. Item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly is now adjourned, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Carol McCullion to raise the matter of social service vacancies in North and West Belfast. Are you ready to go, Carol? Got the Minister here. Collins here. Newell's here. Who else are we waiting on? Happy to go. Carol, is Jerry coming in for this? Now call on Carol McCullion. You have up to 15 minutes to talk on social service vacancies in North and West Belfast. Carol.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And from the outset, I know the Minister has had a day of health and social care, but he's up for it, so it'll be grand. And also just to say about this isn't about criticising social services. If anything, I'm trying to make a case to get additional workers in both those constituencies. This is also about trying to get answers to how recruitment and the retention of social workers for the current gaps in North and West Belfast will be achieved. So I'm sure in preparation for this debate, you may have some of this information. So in February this year, I asked the department how many vacant posts there were for child and family social workers, disability social workers, out of our social workers in North and West Belfast. And the response I received from the department was, for child and family social workers there was 72. For disability social workers, which includes children's services, there were 7. And for disability social workers, which was adult, there were 2. And there were no out of hours social workers gaps, and that was a total of 81. So in May of this year I asked a further question to detail the plans to recruit the staff given the gaps of 81 in February, and the department responded by saying that Health and Social Care Trust undertook a large recruitment exercise to recruit 200 newly qualified social workers, and that the Belfast Trust intended to approximately appoint 60 new qualified social workers throughout the summer of this year. So I suppose in your summing up, Minister, if you can respond to have these 60 posts been filled, and if they have been filled, in which field, if you can, and if you can't, I'm sure you can provide that additional information, because I appreciate you don't always have these things to hand. When the Minister has said previously, this Minister, that he clearly wants to end inequalities in health and social care, this is an example where some of the biggest inequalities have been persistent. It's some of our most vulnerable families are facing additional pressure due to not having access to much needed expertise and support when they need it most. And one of the examples that has been persistently raised with me is the case of unallocated cases, which is a constant concern raised with me by constituents. So say, for example, and I'll touch on this later, but during COVID there was certainly a steady, people working at pace, but afterwards when kids went back to school, the numbers of children who were brought forward or deemed at risk severely increased. And a lot of those children and families, cases hadn't been allocated simply because the numbers of staff weren't there. And having been contacted, as the Minister and all members will appreciate, but when families are contacted by social services, it just causes fear and panic. Some may be expecting it, but most don't, and that's the fact. So when that contact is made and the case hasn't proceeded, it just puts additional pressure, particularly on the people who made the referral, but also on the social workers. And for most cases, there is a resolution, and it's worked out in conjunction with the families and social services and others providing support. But the delay in having an allocated social worker did cause an awful lot of stress, and that isn't down to the social workers, it's down to workforce planning. The Minister will be aware that in May and June social workers were out on strike. Some of them were out on strike because of the pressure, but also because of issues around safe staffing and safeguarding legislation that we desperately need to be brought forward. And that was, for the best part, that was their main concern. They felt vulnerable. A lot of the stuff, other issues around terms and conditions, workforce planning, was largely unresolved due to staff shortages and sicknesses and a lack of pace around recruitment, but more so around retention. I want to remind us all that the work undertaken by our community and voluntary sector in supporting some of the most vulnerable families is an integral part of that overall support. And I know, or be shocked if you hadn't heard this throughout today from previous debates. And as is mentioned earlier, since COVID and the return to school properly, there was an increase. And that's to show that safeguarding is working. But again, the system is trying to catch up, and again, that's where the community and voluntary sector worked in partnership with child and family teams around supporting families, providing fuel, food, counselling, emotional support, and even some short-term stopgaps. And it wasn't always all done through family support hubs. They were critical. But this needs to be sorted. And I know in the constituency in North Belfast, from my own experience, the complexity of the issues the families are dealing with are deepening. So you could have an elderly parent, you could have alcohol and addiction issues, you could have issues waiting for children to be and the need to be assessed. The list goes on. And therefore the wraparound support that's needed is more complex. And social workers, in my own experience in North Belfast, have been integral in terms of helping with that multi-agency approach. But I see them exhausted, and I see people who are already stretched, trying to do their very best. And we've witnessed, regrettably in our constituency, and indeed West as well, some very young children and young people were involved in ranting and antisocial behaviour throughout the summer. And some of these children, regrettably, will go through the criminal justice system. And when children are brought together through that multi-agency approach, that's normally when those interventions are working. But some of these families are also involved in kinships, they're carers for family members, they're providing, as I mentioned earlier, care and support for vulnerable members. And that is critical. So the social worker is the linchpin in all that success. The children, the families of children with disabilities, you've heard about the lack of respect and, support generally, which we all know in itself is unacceptable. But the lack of support for them, getting initial social services contact and then support thereafter, they feel unsupported and alone. And I do think that's something, when we're looking at this, we need to talk about it. And I know it's been at the middle of debates today. The issue for us is that children and families who live in North and West Belfast are living in persistently high levels of deprivation and inequality. And this additional inequality is compounded in the sense that there is a need for not only for a whole system approach, but unless we get this fixed, it's just a constant cycle of misery. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that at all. And there are unintended consequences, and I'll give you one. So, for example, the sponsored daycare places is an initiative where social services in partnership with daycare providers try and help families get children minded, so some of the parents or their carers can go and get some support, some counselling, parenting skills, whatever it is. The staff there wasn't enough staff to make the referrals, so the daycare places that those children needed, they didn't get. The daycare places that were secured for social services went amiss. So it's now resulting in the daycare providers having to almost block book because they can't afford to lose these places out, right? And that all was because of staff sicknesses, people who were genuinely sick and perhaps even burnt out. It wasn't that there was no engagement, that essential cog was missing. The other example of unintended consequences and the direct impact on the vulnerable is that when they're not there and there are concerns around children who are vulnerable at risk, then what happens to that vulnerability and what happens to that risk? And even working with the PSNI, community and voluntary sector, youth, social services, it's really hard to get people engaged, but once they're engaged, there's normally a positive outcome. So I would like to know how these gaps, these 81 social workers, if they've been filled. And if not, how are they going to, what is the plan? I really want to take the opportunity to commend our youth services in particular and our family support hubs, because they go above and beyond in North Belfast, and I know it's the same for West, because you all work across the community and help each other out. They're keeping kids safe, they're keeping them well, and they're the agencies that have advocated along with social services to have better outcomes for these kids, because that's what it's all about. It's about having better outcomes. And I want to finish by repeating again, our social services and our social workers need our support. They don't need us paying tribute to them, they need us to pay them. They need us to look after them. They need us to bring the legislation and the guidance and the protection that's going to ensure that they're going to be looked after, because I am really concerned. I'm really surprised that there hasn't been any serious adverse incidents up until now. Not because of any mistakes they've made, it's just because of pressure that they're under. So the pressure's increasing and the supply of workers isn't there. And that's a thing that we need to resolve. And I also want to say that just pay tribute, not just to the social workers, but also the people who, as we speak, will be out, going above and beyond, making sure that those who are most vulnerable are safe, protected, and they get the support that they need. And this, while it is about gaps in social services in North and West Belfast, at the end, it's all about making sure that our residents, our constituents, our families and friends have better outcomes than what they currently have. So, Gora Magov.
Thank you very much indeed. And all subsequent speakers will have up to 4 minutes. Brian Kingston, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank Karen O'Cullen for bringing this matter to the floor of the Assembly, and thank the Minister for his attendance. I have been liaising with the Belfast Health Trust on this matter and asking questions to get a true picture of the situation. Certainly, I'm not here to be a spokesperson, but I will relay some of their information they've supplied to me. They said the Trust continues to be challenged in the recruitment and retention of social workers in the main, and this is due to a deficit in supply regionally. And certainly we will all want to say how much we appreciate the challenging work that social workers undertake in many complex situations. Within Belfast, they weren't clear that there was a particular deficit of workers in North and West compared to South and East. The figures were not conclusive that I received in that sense, but they do accept that vacancies are an issue with workforce pressures, including long-term absence, compounded by demand and capacity issues in social work workforce. They referred to a Department of Health workforce review, which indicated the need to commission an extra 60 student social work places in Northern Ireland universities. And I understand the Department has agreed to fund an additional 40 places in our own universities on the 2024 intake of the social work degree. Out of 238 social work degree graduates in Northern Ireland in 2024, 200 of those 238 have been appointed across the 5 healthcare trusts in Northern Ireland and 59 in Belfast. And that includes 5 who had studied outside Northern Ireland in Great Britain and have returned to Northern Ireland, and they are obviously encouraging our students who go elsewhere to return. Despite significant efforts and investment in bespoke recruitments, the Trust continues to have a significant number of vacancies that remain unfilled, most of which are in critical children's community teams, as the member has indicated. And other than a small number coming through the Open University pathway this autumn, they acknowledge there will be no significant additional supply of social workers in Northern Ireland until the next cohort of graduates in 2025, and certainly this does present a significant challenge. The 5 health trusts are seeking approval from the Department to pay an exceptional recognition payment to all Band 5, 6 and 7 social work staff, delivering gateway family interventions and looked after children's services across the 5 trust areas. Again, recognising the complex work that has been undertaken. So in terms of what has been done, again, I'm told the Trust has established a social work recruitment retention strategic group. The Trust is maintaining compliance with the Department for Health's directive to cease all use of agency social workers. And other efforts is increasing supply, but it is limited. They are seeking to invest in staff wellbeing initiatives and the promotion of a trust flexible working policy. They obviously support staff advancement, post-qualifying training programmes, and they recognise there is an issue in retention. And the Children's Services has recently established a specific recruitment and retention group chaired by a senior divisional social worker. So they are looking towards additional Open University places.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close, please?
And just to finish, they have attended the Manchester Jobs Fair, encouraging social workers qualifying in Great Britain, and also seeking to recruit social workers internationally and those living here in Northern Ireland who have qualifications which could be recognised locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Nuala McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for bringing this to the Chamber today. I also had a read at the 2 questions that the member submitted and was in contact with the Belfast Trust, like many of the North Belfast and no doubt West Belfast MLAs here today. This has been a day of discussing health and social care, but I think that we need to be really particular here about the reasons for North and West Belfast. I know that the members previously have discussed the poverty rates, and it's obvious that where the poverty rates are increasing, that you're going to have more complex needs, but then that would also make us think that there should then be a focused priority in increasing the workforce in those areas. And yes, they might actually require more social workers than other areas, but then they should require a greater deal of focus in terms of actually fixing the problems. Ahead of the adjournment debate today and on ongoing engagement, we have had correspondence from the British Association of Social Workers, and they provided a briefing, and I just want to read out something that I kind of had seen there, that they had said. So their engagement with senior leaders in the Health and Social Care Trusts indicates that the recently reported reduction in the social work vacancy rate to 5.4% is not reflective of the situation in many social work teams. They have been informed of current vacancy rates in family intervention teams of 30 to 35% and vacancy rates exceeding 40% in looked after children's services. The reason why I highlight that is because I think it's really important that we are explicit in the differences right across Northern Ireland because of the links to poverty, because this is not just a responsibility, and I recognise that the Health Minister is here, and not just a responsibility for the Health Minister but also for the Minister for Communities too. And just a number of weeks ago we did have an adjournment debate on tackling poverty in North Belfast too, but it further gives weight to the argument that North and West Belfast need to be prioritised. In the previous debate, the Minister recognised and highlighted the increase in training places, but unfortunately it just doesn't seem to be enough. Through engagement with our constituency offices, we are hearing that there are social work teams who have had experience of just 1 or 2 years now leading teams of social workers, particularly in certain divisions, and that's not because it's not their fault, it's simply because they have no other choice, because they can't simply walk away. And there are social workers that are now choosing to work in the private sector because it is just more appealing appealing and family friendly for them to do so. But I don't doubt that there is a massive effort of work that is put in by individual social workers, but it's just beyond capacity. I want to touch a bit about the Encompass programme that was rolled out by police who contact schools where there has been an instance of domestic violence within the home and there is a child present. They contact the school to let the school know about that so that they can put the wraparound care. But some of the contact that we're having with schools in North Belfast, and particularly the more working class areas, are saying that actually what happens after that, in many of those cases they don't know beyond the school, because again there's unallocated places for social workers, and so there's more burdens now placed on the education system as well. I'm hearing from teachers who are having to not only ensure that those kids, for example, aren't given homework because they don't want to cause tensions within the home, but they're actually bringing in extra food for those kids, and they're aware that even some of those children do not have allocated social workers. And again, it's not the fault of individuals, but it just further brings weight to the priority that North and West Belfast needs a specific focus. It has been the focus of the past few weeks when it comes to social care, but I am just looking forward to hearing from the Minister as to what regarding that area of prioritisation and what the plans could possibly be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
And so yes, thank the Minister for coming to tonight's debate, and I am conscious that we have already spent a couple of hours earlier in the session debating children's social care services, and I suppose all the points that were made earlier in the chamber are of course relevant now, and for the reasons that Carol and Nuala outlined, particularly because we represent North and West Belfast, which sadly does have some of the highest levels of deprivation, as you know, Minister, across the north. So Carl also mentioned earlier in terms of the 81 vacancies that the Belfast Trust have, well, that they had as of the summer 2024. I know that the department were putting in place the recruitment process. I think the hope was that they were going to try and recruit 60 new social workers. So any update that the Minister might have on that would be great later on whenever he's responding. But regrettably, in terms of the feedback that we're receiving from social workers and families, I mean, I can only speak for West Belfast, but Carl and Jerry are here and the others to speak for North Belfast. But the feedback is that the situation is actually getting worse, and hence the reason for tonight's debate. So I think what's really worrying is that when we're hearing directly from the mouths of social workers themselves that, quote, services are no longer safe, unquote, I don't think that warnings get any more stark than that. I think it is really, really worrying. And then again, when there was some feedback from social workers, it was actually in relation to the previous strikes that were held just before the summer there. And again, there was statements that were made from social workers themselves from the Belfast area saying that children's lives will be put at risk in the current circumstances. So I think that's really, really worrying for all of us here in the chamber, and hopefully we can try and make some progress given the situation that we're in, given all the limitations on your budget. There definitely is a role for cross-departmental working, and I know the department are looking into that, but I think that we need to seriously be looking at every single option in the immediate term, given the situation that's coming from social workers' mouths that they think that children's lives are at risk. And it's a point that Carol made earlier. It's like, what are we waiting on? Do you know, are we waiting on the next SAI coming out in terms of, you know, something really terrible happening to a child? So we know the system is broken. It's about how we can try and rectify the problem. And again, Carl had mentioned social workers they're just facing burnout. Again, like the rest of the health and social care system, but we know that they're working 50 to 60 hours per week. They have additional stress. But one of the biggest mental burdens when I've been speaking to social workers locally that they have said to me, it's not even the additional hours and the excessive workload, but it's actually the guilt and the regret that they're feeling because they know that they're not meeting the needs of the people in the constituency that need it. So they're actually carrying that mental burden that they're potentially, you know, not helping the people, the families and the kids that need the help. And then just finally, I'll finish on in terms of my own constituency, some of the cases I've been dealing with. It's some kids, and you're talking like some of them are really, really young. They're dealing with really bad mental health issues and actually addiction issues. And I'm talking about kids that are really young. And the social workers that are working with them are again in fear that they aren't able to give these kids and these families, they're not able to give the cases the time that they want to give them. And then the other example was the families you had mentioned and gave credit to the BBC programme in terms of the families with children with learning disabilities. And one of those girls, one of those mothers, is in my constituency in West Belfast. I know I wrote to the Minister regarding her case and her son's case previously. But again, then it's how all those flaws in the system are impacting on those families that are most vulnerable and those kids who need the help and support. So I'm looking forward to hearing the Minister's response later on. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Jerry Carroll.
Thank the members for tabling this debate, and the fact that the gap is 81 staff in North and West Belfast is pretty shocking. One is obviously one too many gaps, but the fact there's so many, close to 100 gaps, really shows that the working class communities in West and North Belfast are once again being failed, being left behind, and being denied services they need to help people navigate the complexities and difficulties of life. So it's I didn't see the AQ beforehand from the members, so it's quite shocking to hear those figures. And obviously, presuming from that, given the amount of work that social workers do, the overloading of work that they have, this probably amounts to hundreds of children and hundreds of young people that are not getting the services and the support that they should be getting, that they are entitled to. And again, in that figure, one young person not getting services is one too many. But if there's hundreds of people, if there's more young people in West and North Belfast not getting these services, this is really, really concerning and troubling, and something that we should all be focused on. And my concern from that would be how many young people are falling through the cracks of the system, and what is the knock-on effect of those people who've been denied those services, denied the social worker support and everything that entails. I mean, what's the impact on mental health? And the Minister always talks about mental health, important as it is, but what's the knock-on impact on mental health of young people if they're denied these services with such a high figure of staff vacancies? Development of young people and all this kind of stuff is impacted as well. Also, we'll share the members' concerns about the possible SAI happening, if it hasn't happened already. It's really, really concerning when you have such a gaping hole in staff working with vulnerable people, and people, like I said, are falling through the cracks. I'd be concerned as well that there's a potential scandal, SAI, emerging down the line. I think it really should focus minds. As I said earlier on, Deputy Speaker, about social workers being out on strike over the last year and longer. I was standing with them in the White Rock area, in the Shankle area, and to repeat, they obviously are in dispute with the trusts, and they demand a recognition payment, career pathway, caseload ceiling, and all this is relevant to what we're talking about now in terms of why some people feel that the sector isn't appropriate for them given the pressures that they're under. I think also need to look at the domiciliary care package sector as well, and the fact that so much of that provision is private, is not publicly provided as well. People shouldn't be making money, shouldn't be making profit on the provision of care. And just finally, Deputy Speaker, I think we need to tie the budget into all this. Obviously, the Minister and your through the Deputy Speaker, your party has made points and concerns about the budget not being appropriate, but also the budget doesn't meet the needs of working class communities in a more general way. It exacerbates deprivation, and that's going to lead to more people being needing social workers and needing to use the care sector and support sector as well. So we need to talk about the budget as well in terms of what it doesn't do for social work, but also all those other knock-on pressures and problems that it will create for North and West Belfast in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, obviously I am from South Down, but if there's any adjournment debate that I feel I can participate in as the son of a Clonard woman and an Ardoyne man, I think I get to speak on something about North and West Belfast. I really just want to put on the record that the SDLP supports, obviously, the adjournment debate, supports the issues that are being highlighted, recognises the fact that there are those massive vacancies that members have mentioned. Maybe just to highlight, that if there is such a high level of vacancies across the social services in the area, just how that can actually create a continuing problem. The less staff there is, the more pressure there is on those that are there, the less attractive those jobs become, and then people leave. And maybe I suppose it would be good to maybe hear if the Minister has got some sense of a human resource plan that you need to actually be able to respond to areas where there's a crisis of staffing, because a crisis will beget a crisis, and then that will continue to impact on the area. And having worked for many years within the diocesan-based youth services that has a number of youth centres across North and West Belfast, I'm very aware from those staff and continue to hear from them of the problems and the scale of the issues for the young people that they work with. So there's a very real issue on the ground and a real problem with responding to it, and that's the sort of cocktail that will lead to some sort of problems, and as Mr Carroll has said, it could ultimately lead to some very, very dangerous outcomes, and it will be some of our vulnerable young people in particular, or some of our elderly people that will be impacted by that. I also just want to raise, given that has been mentioned, we've had a number of debates today on the same issue, so the issues are a bit repetitive, but something that I mentioned earlier, that if we're going to move into a phase where we have an adult protection bill, where we have MDTs continuing to roll out, where there's an Adoption Children's Act, the Learning Disability Frameworks, there's going to be an even greater emphasis on the recruitment of social workers, and that is invariably going to divert some away from the roles that they're in at the minute, because there's just not enough social workers to cover the patches as it is. So if we have this greater need for even more social workers, they're going to be spread even thinner on the ground, and it's those more stressful roles where social workers are going to want to exit from to take up the new roles. And I know that the British Association of Social Workers, as an example, will constantly say that there's not enough people in training, that there aren't enough funded places for the training of social workers, which means we're not actually replacing a depleted workforce. So all roads lead to the fact that there's going to be continuing pressures, and we really need to see some sort of resolution. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister, who I'm sure will be very aware of the issues, and no doubt will be able to give us an update on what the Department is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call on the Minister, and Minister, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank Carol Killen for bringing the matter forward, and I think it is important, particularly for that geographic area. You've challenged me in terms of 81 vacancies and 60 being put in place. I'm going to try and meet it, but we might need to speak offline, because I mightn't be comparing like with like. But first, excuse me, by way of sort of context or background, there are around 6,600 registered social workers in Northern Ireland. The trusts, of course, are by far the largest employer. They have 4,800. And Belfast has the highest number in post, and that's around 1,120 more generally. But to come to the question that Carol Killen was putting to me, I signed off a letter to you earlier today, and this is about a response to the number of vacant posts for child and family, for disability and for mental health for both North and West Belfast. So the Belfast Trust is saying, and it's very specific to Band 6 social worker vacancies. In terms of mental health, there is 1. In disability, there's 1. In children's community services, in terms of whole-time equivalent, it's 19.3. And in terms of children's homes, it is 13. So my maths suggests that's 24, and if we take that off the 81, that suggests that 57 vacancies have been filled. But I do accept I may not be comparing like with like, and I'm very happy to discuss it in a moment. I understand and very much appreciate all trusts have been experiencing high levels of vacancies and other types of absences in recent years, and I think members have correctly identified the chief reasons for that. But due to a range of actions taken already, some of which I will outline, the regional vacancy rate for all social worker posts has thankfully been falling, but that does not mean the problem is resolved. So I want to set out that context, because it's important to note, due to the way in which social work services are delivered, which is mostly in small local teams, any absences from those teams, whether through illness, long-term leave or because of vacancies, means there's a much higher burden on those staff who remain at work. So I want to acknowledge the fact and pay tribute to all our social workers who deliver services to adults, families and children every day. But I also accept what Carol was saying about they don't want people to pay tribute. They want people to pay them. They want people to give them the correct terms and conditions of employment, which includes a certain work-life balance and a recognition that there are appropriate stress levels and inappropriate stress levels, and that we ask too much of people. So, as I've said repeatedly, our health and social care services here are delivered by dedicated and by committed staff, and we should be proud of them. With regard to Belfast in particular, I can inform members there are currently 41 vacant social work posts in the Trust. 32 are in children's services, a further 9 in adult services. Now, that's for the Trust in particular. There are also 21 social work posts in teams providing services to children with a disability, and 6 of these are vacant. So I'm assured by the Belfast Trust they're actively seeking to fill all of their current vacancies. However, we know there's a limited pool of potential candidates available. My department recognises we need to train more social workers in Northern Ireland, and to that end we've been steadily increasing the number of commissioned student places in recent years. The baseline of 2021 was 260 places. It then went to 285 in 2023, and this year to 325. And I secured the funding for these additional 40 places this year in response to the need for more social workers, but I should say this increase is for one additional cohort only. So, given the increasing demand for social workers, particularly as new services develop and legislation is introduced, I hope I can make a strong case for recurrent funding. Which brings me to the actions that have been and currently are being taken to stabilise the social work workforce, which is as important as increasing overall capacity. So, in 2020, the Department commissioned a review of the social work workforce in Northern Ireland, which reported in 2022. And the Department now has in place a Social Work Workforce Implementation Board, which was established following the publication of the Social Work Workforce Review, led by the Chief Social Worker. The membership includes key stakeholders in social work, and the aim is to provide the leadership and accountability needed to ensure the development and stabilisation of the social work workforce. The reform plans in place for social work include, for example, producing a 10-year attract, recruit and retain plan aimed at maximising attraction into social work training, implementing an effective recruitment process and developing strategies to improve the rates of retention. Then there's growing the number of social work training places as funding allows, continuing the fast-track recruitment route for future cohorts of newly qualified social workers, and establishing an evidence base for safer staffing and using it to develop regional guidance. The Social Work Workforce Review made several key recommendations which are now being actioned. In December 2022, as a first and highly significant step towards reform, the Department, in collaboration with the Trust, took the decision to cease the use of recruitment agencies to fill Trust vacancies by the end of June 2023. And at that point, there were in excess of 200 recruitment agency social workers employed in the Trust, some of them who had been working that way for years. So effectively, this growing trend of agency usage caused a degree of instability in the workforce. It also hampered the building of meaningful relationships, which of course is the essence of good social work. And all of the social workers employed by recruitment agencies were then given the opportunity to apply for substantive posts, and the vast majority did so. And I'm glad to say there are now no social workers employed by any recruitment agency working in the Trust, and that's been key to allowing the other reform measures to go ahead. At the same time, early in 2023, the Department sought to introduce a much more streamlined approach to recruiting the 240 to 250 newly qualified social workers who graduate from our universities each year. And I'm pleased to say that in 2023, this resulted in 208 newly qualified social workers joining the Trust. So far this year, 206 have taken up permanent contracts in Trust. A further 14 newly qualified social workers are currently going through pre-employment checks, and I hope they'll start in the coming weeks. So in 2023, Belfast Trust recruited 59 of the overall cohort of newly qualified social workers, 36 of whom went to posts in children's services, 26 in North and West Belfast's children's teams. This year, the total intake in Belfast was slightly lower at 50 newly qualified social workers. 34 of whom went into children's services. 28 of those went into children's teams in North and in West Belfast. So in the past 2 years, Belfast Trust has managed to attract 109 newly qualified social workers into post in the Trust, 70 of whom are employed in children's services, and 54 specifically into vacancies in North and in West Belfast. Very briefly.
Thank the Minister for giving way and providing those details. But as the Minister may be aware, North Belfast is also covered heavily by the Northern Trust. Does the Minister have any information in relation to vacancies within the Northern Trust, which is also within the North Belfast constituency?
I'm afraid I don't have the information the member is seeking, but we can certainly try and get that for him in the days ahead. In the limited time remaining, Deputy Speaker, some members have referred to industrial action. And yes, there have been productive discussions ongoing, but some issues remain unresolved. And I want to recognise the workforce and the workload pressures in social work services, and that, as Carol McKillen suggested, may be connected to safe staffing. And I know the Chief Social Worker published an initial report, Safe and Effective Staffing in Social Work, Research and Policy Development. And between September and November, discussions are taking place about that. And the key issues I wanted to address are particularly, for example, the composition of social work caseloads in relation to the levels of staff experience. Because, as I say, there are acceptable levels of stress, I think, in any job, but there are unacceptable levels of stress. And if social workers feel they are not competent and well trained and experienced enough to tackle the caseload they're being asked to take on board, that is counter-strategic. It's not good for the delivery, but it's not good for the individual either. And finally, if I may say so, I was in North Belfast earlier today, started the day at Girdwood, at the hub, and I was making the point again that if you take a map of the troubles and the hotspots and then overlap a contemporaneous map of health issues, particularly mental health and well-being, you have a match. And it's places like North Belfast, and I am committed and determined to do something about that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you everybody who participated in the debate. The Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.